Well, the cloth's at the right colour. Welcome back to VP4 TV, and we're back for Friday night 9-ball. When I checked earlier on, we had about 11 in quite a while ago. I'm not sure how many's in now, but I'm about to check. I would think it would be full. If we can find, there's got to be a link in the lobby somewhere for it. Friday night 9-ball with 9-ball. Let's have a look. Right, event is closed, so again we've got a full house. So let's have a look at the bracket. We'll see Houdini plays Sergeresh, Mr. Bill plays Slim, Larry's playing Brain Fill Out, Popman's playing Jezdev, Stefan playing Preacher, LS3 Christian, Mark Sharp against Spectre Dawn, and Chimpy against Travelling TT. So the match we're going to be watching is going to be Mr. Bill against Slim. Let me just check something. Hang on. Right, that's working. Let's see if we can get rid of it now. That's my screensaver that I put on by accident the other night there. Welcome to LS3. Right, well basically how it goes tonight is we have Friday night 9-ball, and at 1 minute past 10 GMT, that is when the Cowboy World Championships, the 2022 Cowboy World Championships, will go live. Although the bracket's already drawn, it's not until that deadline at 1 minute past 10 tonight that the bracket is then live, and you can then arrange your matches in that tournament. There's some good first round matches in that tournament already, and again, with the cooperation of the players, I'll try and get as many of them as I can, bearing in mind the time zones and that sort of thing. We'll see how it goes. Now in this one tonight we have Spectre Dawn, of course, going for yet another Friday night 9-ball. In this match with Bill and Slim, one of them's going to be taken out in the first round, end up in the one-loss side, so they're the strong contenders, along with now the one name that I noticed was missing is Larry, who hasn't got in time by the look of it. Larry's, oh no, there he is. I never even noticed Larry in Brain Fill Out. There he is. I didn't notice him there. So we've got LS3 up against Christian. So remember, this is a handicap tournament, so the handicap won't go live until, again, the bracket goes live, which it should be any second now because it's gone past the hour and the room should be going up. Well, we're definitely past the hour. We're almost 2 minutes past the hour on my watch, and we still don't have a bracket. Welcome to Mark. Yeah, there's a bit of a delay here. That is definitely 2 minutes past the hour. It doesn't go up as late as this. Ah, there we go. At last, the rooms are up. So we're going to be getting to watch the Bill and One Pocket Slim match. They'll lag for the break as usual. Bill's already in. And Slim has arrived. Bill on the right hand side. Check my little doodle's working. And when I do any matches in the Cowboy, I'll be using my XSplit Gamecaster because I'll be using the lines quite a lot in that Cowboy tournament. They come in handy for that. So Bill's won the lag. It's a scratch match. Ball's on the break. Certainly two of them have got in. Shot in the one ball. And he should be out. 3 ball is gone. 5 ball is gone. 1 ball is on. 2's on. 4's wide open. It's just about really getting back from the 4 to the 6 and then making sure he gets far enough up the table for the 7. And he doesn't want to put too much top in this. Yeah. Well, this is going to be the one that could be the issue because this ball wants to go around 3 rails and go way into the short side. So he's got a problem immediately here. I mean, he's obviously going to finish right on the short side of this. It was never going to get there. And he could have tried to affect the line of that cue ball with some English, but he never did. And ended up having to try and kick it. I mean, it was obvious that the natural path was going to be 3 rails into the short side of that 7. So I'm surprised that Bill didn't actually try and do anything to affect that line of the cue ball. So it's really gifted this rack to Slim if he can get nicely on the 8, which he has done. You sent me a message where? Because I've been busy for the last couple of hours. Where did you send me a message? Welcome to Cobra. But did you send me a message in VP4? Because I haven't, as I say, I've been away for a couple of hours, getting my dinner, falling asleep and that sort of thing. So rack number 2. Oh, a PM. I never got it. I never seen any PM when I came to the lobby. There was no PM open when I came back into the lobby. Oh, the messaging thing. Hang on. Oh, I see a message. Yeah, I haven't opened it. Is there anything dirty in this message? Anything controversial? I won't open it then. Welcome to Spectre. I think Bill is going to have to use the old bailout here. And this is going to finish pretty good on the 5. You're just going to have to gently roll this in, and that will hold a line for the 6. And when he plays the 6, he's got to get higher on this 7, or unless he goes forward, if he finishes short in the 7, like there, he can go forward and come across. So now that's fine. About a player who has passed away, was seeing if you could announce on the stream in case anyone missed message I put in the lobby. Ah, no, I definitely haven't read the message. Anyway, Bill's going to win this one. Let's have a look at the message then. Quick message here, mention stream. Only 30. Well, I must admit, I have no clue who that guy is, I'm afraid. Unless you could have named a name that I might have recognised. I don't ever recall seeing that name in VP4. Well, that's a bit sad for somebody only 30-year-old. But I'm afraid, honestly, I don't know that name. I do not know the name. I don't know whether anybody else does, but I don't recall ever seeing the name in the lobby. Maybe health issues was the thing that prevented the guy from getting in VB4 a lot, or maybe he was coming on at times that I wasn't here, but I must admit I don't know the name. Well, that's another one going to the VP4 pool hall in the sky. Welcome to Travelling TT. Well, this is not a very great shot there, Bill. I mean, I don't know what idea he had in his head there, but of course the problem's not having left the 2-ball on, the problem's where the 3-ball is, so he's not expecting Slim to get a great deal of advantage from Potness too, and the 5-ball and everything's in the way. I think I don't know whether he can get around the angle and check this cue ball a bit to try and hit the 6 and 3. Let's see what he does. Well, he's gone for the bank. That's going to hit the point. I don't know whether it was worthwhile going forward and trying to check the cue ball into that 6 and 3 from this end rather than get up and down. Well, anyway, he's got a simple enough safety. Just try and come back behind the 9. Hasn't got there. And Bill will be going for the combo because this is lined up not too bad. Well, that's the other thing I was doing. I was watching a snooker as well till late on this afternoon, and then I had something to eat and then I fell asleep. Ronnie O'Sullivan got well beaten by Ding, 6 frames to 0. And Tom Ford is through to the semi-finals as well. And I'm missing a snooker right now. Well, 3-ball will pot. It's just an awkward angle. He's gone for the combo in the 3-9. That was excellent. So Slim into the lead. Oh, another combo here. Dry break from Slim. Bill's got the 1-4 combo. And again, Bill should be out here. Table's perfect for this. Again, he wants to be avoiding. I think he's gone. Well, he can actually stun. I mean, it's a straightforward enough stun shot to go up the table that way. He can come back. He just overhit it slightly, or maybe underhit it, depending on what pocket he was trying to play it to, but he should still be fine. Well, this is all really simple. What can go wrong here? Well, you know what's bad about tonight? I know exactly what I'm doing tomorrow. And, well, that's a poor one from Bill. That is really poor. He's taking his eye off the ball there, worrying about going across for the 8 ball, and he didn't even need to really worry. And that's a bad miss from Bill. I mean, there's no way on earth that Slim should have been back at the table here. Yeah, I know exactly what I'm doing tomorrow, and it's not going to be cheap. A few days ago, I didn't like the noise that was coming from the exhaust in the car, and sure enough, I had a look at the exhaust, and the tail end of it is hanging off. So I took it into the garage. Was it yesterday? And it's booked in. The guy had a look at it. He says, "Oh, it'll be fine. It won't fall off because it's actually got a little support that's holding the tailpipe in place, but it's basically hanging loose. So it needs the tail end and it needs the middle part of the exhaust." So that's where I'm heading tomorrow after I'm finished work. It's going to be an expensive day out tomorrow. But that's the perils of driving a car. You've got to keep the damn thing on the road. Well, Bill's got to reprieve himself here because he's made a right duff of that last rack. And he knows it. He knows there's no way he should have been missing that 4 ball. And again, he's got a table that's not too bad. The handy thing as well is where the 5 ball is, because he just needs to dink the 5 in, leave himself straight on that 6 and 8, and he's more or less home and dry. And now he's going to have to run the cue ball a bit, and ideally he would want to bump this 9 ball if he could. And that will work. That won't though. It's going to have to be a billiard. I mean, he's not even looking at the billiard, he's looking at the bank. Problem is, if he billiards from the 6 to the 8, the 6 is going over to the left hand side. Yeah, so that's 2 really good racks that Bill has handed away here. Not been able to get the job done. Story of my life that is with BP4 9 ball nowadays. That's my exact problem. Cannot run a table when it's there for the running. Well, Bill might get another go at this. And of course, Bill's been getting a bit of practice in the cowboy, which upsets the rhythm when you jump backward and forward from the 10-foot table to the 9-foot table. So I'm giving him an excuse. But Slim definitely had a chance there. But Bill gets the reprieve. So back to within 1. This looks dry. Dry, but no real shot here for Slim. And let's have a look at this. Well, the 3 ball goes up, or does it? Let's have a look. Does that 3 ball go into that corner? I think it maybe just go into the corner. Bearing in mind where the 2 ball is, and there is room past the 8 ball, but where Bill's sitting with this 1 ball, is not exactly great. Well, I don't know whether any of you were on the stream the other night there, but which was the sort of finish of the 10 ball world championships. The first part of the match, we had Stubb with all of his issues that, well, they did eventually get resolved because Albinario agreed to finish the match even though Stubb forfeited in that original date that the match was played. Stubb ended up forfeited because he couldn't get back into the room. He had all the issues with his PC, booting him out, PC full of viruses and all sorts of crap. And anyway, Albinario agreed to play the match to a finish. They started at 11 racks all, then it ended up being a race to 10, which Albinario eventually won. And the match did go without any hitches in the second attempt. And it's another championship for Albinario. And he's got a whole stack of them. So Slim, with ball in hand, I'm sure he's had a look at that 3 ball. He wants to stay. He wants to draw back into the 5 first of all. Oh no, he didn't want to glance into the 5 like that. He wanted to hit that full in the face if he could. But I think he's okay. It'll go past the 4. And now he'll prove me right or wrong as to whether this 3 ball goes. I think it goes past the 6. Yes, it does. Well, he can check this up. Or does he dare run the cue ball around the table? Yeah, he's going to run it. Bit of right English on it to get it spun behind the 9. And that's perfect. Well, anywhere on the left hand side would be the plan here, because I think he's got the angle in the 8 ball. Yeah. I mean, he could actually draw off it and come down the right side as we look. So we're into the 7th rack, and really Bill should be in front. But it's 4-2 to Slim. And it's another dry one. Now, well, where Bill is in this 1 ball, he's got to move this cue ball a fair bit here. Unless he wants to leave. Well, looking at where the 2 is, the 2 doesn't go past the 9, so he's got to move the cue ball. He's got to get right across the table. He might end up hooking himself, depending how far he spins this across. Well, he's not hooked himself, but it's pretty much guaranteed that Slim's going to be hooked. Chance of this going in. And that was well played. Now, how's he... Oh, that spin into the 7 hasn't done him any harm. You know, he's going to brush this 5. He should be brushing it thin enough that he can come out behind it and play it into the same pocket, you would think. In fact, he's missed it, which is even better. Now he's got to get in between that 6 and 7, and he's going to have the angle to do that once he pots the 4 and 5. Well, he should have the angle. He looks as if he's a bit straight here. Oh aye, that's not good. I mean, he can put this into the left-hand side of the pocket and try and stun it across. He can use the actual pocket itself, where you can create that angle by going into that side of the pocket and maybe try to smack it and come across. And he's going... Yeah, he's going to... See, he tried to pinch it on the right side. He tried to pinch it on the right side, where I think he might have been better trying to pinch it on the left to come that way. But we'll never know. And when you try and pinch that wee bit too much at that pace, as soon as you hit the knuckles, they don't go in. And Bill's got the same problem, the wrong angle on the 5. And he's going to... Well, he was going to try and leave the bank, but he's forgot about the 5. Well, Bill's making all the errors. Well, far too many, put it that way. Man, Slim should be getting this every day of the week, this cut down the rail. Plenty of room. And he just really wants to come back off the 7 ball a bit, just to get the cue ball out into the table a wee bit more and give him that angle. Well, he's left it. He's left enough angle to work with. He's just got to stun this. He's running. Ah, he is stunning it. That'll do. And this match is running away from Bill, from these errors he's making. He's now going to be trailing by 3. He's got work to do. If he can get to the table and get a run going. So, Slim breaking off in rack number 8. The 5 ball drops in. Plumb on the 1 ball. Little roll through for the 2. And already we've got a result through. And I presume that's Spectre Dawn, that's 171. I can't see it because my little information thing's in the bottom of the screen. It covers that up. In fact, you know what? Hang on a second. Maybe it'd be a better idea if I moved that. Just give me a minute. That's better. That's it at the top of the screen, and it is a result, 7-1 to Spectre Dawn. And it's going to be 6-2 here. For Slim, he's been given far too many opportunities here from Bill. So that match was spectated on, and Mark Sharp was all over in 20 minutes, basically. Maybe 22 minutes. He didn't hang about. Well, Slim with the 6 ball, and he should be home and dry here, but he's going to have to deal with the 4 ball. 3 ball up the table, so I don't think he wants to be. I mean, he could leave the 4-5 combo from the right hand side, but there's plenty of room to get to the 4 from the left. But more than likely, depending on how shallow the angle or how high the angle is in the 4, it'll depend whether he goes up the table and comes back down for the 5, or whether he just leaves like a higher cut. So if he comes down to this side and he finishes shallow like that, well, he's coming down for the combo. Well, this isn't a gimme. Welcome to Vertical Liquid. Good afternoon. And that's well done. Perfect pace. Bedhead cut in a 4 ball. 7 ball goes past the 9. So there's no real issue here other than just keeping that cue ball in play. Another result through. Stefan has beaten Preacher 7-2. Yeah, Bill never really got off and running here. Those errors have cost him dear, and in the end have cost him the match. So it's a comfortable win for Slim for 7 racks to 2. Well, that was all so simple in the end. Let's have a look at if I can get the thing to work. There we are. Quick look at the bracket. Set that timer as quick as we can. Right, so we've got Slim having gone through. He's waiting on the winner of the match between Houdini and Sergeresh, and Sergeresh is on the hill there, leading by 6 racks to 3. And Larry is 3 racks all with Brainfill out. Brainfill out getting the 8 ball. Let's jump into that one. And Brainfill out. Well, he's having to jump over the 9. Oh dear, that's the problem with that shot. Followed the cue ball, the 8 ball in there, because you can't get great control on that jump shot. Welcome to Mooncake. Yeah, Bill was making too many mistakes there, Slim. And Larry been given a gift in that last rack, and with the table at his mercy here to build up a 2 rack lead. Now this isn't handy because he stuck himself in the rail. So he needs to go basically forward now, not hook himself like that. Has he hooked himself? No, he can get it. Problem is it's a thin cut, so I mean he could put right English on this, which is what he's trying. The right English is to send the cue ball that way and come in. Well, it's not conventional. but at least he's got a shot in the 6. And he's just going to have to leave this 8 ball at distance. Just get the cue ball out slightly over to the right hand side of the table will do. And that's pretty nigh perfect, because now you can come around the right side of this 9 ball. You can go that way and out and have the 9. No, he's checked it with loads of left just to make me look a fool. But comfortable rack there for Larry, and having been all square, that ended up, I think, being a break and run for Larry as well, after having won back the break. And of course, Brainfillout's getting the 8 ball, but he might not even get a shot at that. The only thing that might save him is this 4 ball, but Larry can bump the 4 right now if he's brave enough. Well, he hasn't. He could have tried to maybe just bump that slightly, maybe get a double kiss and bring it off the rail slightly, and still have had a shot in the 3 ball. Well, this is going to be no good to him, because he cannot play that 4 ball. He's going to scratch every single day of the week. He cannot cut it. Just trying to get it to the middle of the table and the top rail, which is not bad. Now Brainfillout needs to watch that 9 ball if he's trying to cut this 4 ball to the right and get the cue ball away. No, he's trying to use the 9 ball but hit it far too heavy. Well, now we know the 5 ball's clean, it goes, so it's just about dropping down. Got to drop down far enough though, Larry. Well, he could have been right down here on the rail. He's a foot short. And now this 6 ball might run safe. Well, it cuts. It does go. I'll have a quick drink and get the ball. Well, it's all went downhill for Brainfillout as soon as I arrived in the room. He scratched off that jump shot and he's not had a shot since. It's going to be 3 in a row for Larry. Well, this time Larry's dry. Brainfillout, I think he's well, he's got a slight angle. He wants to miss this 3 ball though. Needs to run. That's not bad. Well, Brainfillout now can't make any mistakes. Tall order. 7 ball, I think, will go clean past the 9. I think it's sitting fine to go into that corner pocket that the 4 ball's going to go in. Well, don't leave yourself dead straight in the 5. Well, it might be safest. The safest shot here is just to leave the cut in this 6 ball from somewhere up round about where the 5 ball is and not try and get over ambitious. Well, that'll do it. So now you cut this 6 ball and you cut it so that you go across the table and come back across. You don't try and baby it in. You've plenty of room to go across the table and come back over. You're always going to see the 7 ball. Now he's trying to dink it in. Now he needs to come back off this 7. Yeah, that was the problem. But he's still okay. He's still got a shot. Chimpy's through. 7 racks to 5. Against travelling TT. Well, this cue ball is coming down table. And it should be down and out. Well, I think he needed to hit that a bit firmer to get the cue ball moving in the right direction. Oh, I didn't need to. I've forgotten the handicap. Straight away, I forgot it again. You only needed the 8 ball. So, Brainful Out gets a couple of balls. But the 1 ball is not really good. The 3 and 4 have gone in the break, but the 1 ball is in not a great position. Now, he could glance the 1, glance the 9, and try and get in amongst that 8 and 2 and send the 1 ball that way. But he's got to get a ball to rail, so he's got to remember that part of it. Well, he's got cover, and Larry, of course, can jump this, but he's going to have no shot in the 2 ball. And LS3's off and running. She's beaten Christian 7 racks to 5. Welcome to Crazy Cow. Alias VP Monster. Oh, that needs to move. It needs to move. I mean, he's a foot short of where he wanted to be there with the cue ball. And, well, this could be Brainful Out's last shot. He's got to give this a good smack and then just hope. Just give it a belt. I don't think it's worked out though. No. And 5 balls going into the side pocket here, I would think. And Popman starts off with a win. 7 racks to 2 against Jezdev. Right, well, the angle's perfect in the 7 ball. Go to the rail. Somewhere over here is the track towards the donut. And get off the rail. He's actually bolt straight. Now, he can draw back or he can roll through at 6.5 a dozen. If he rolled through, he'd be taken into the side. He draws back, he's taken into the same pocket as the 8. And, well, Larry, it turned around at 3 racks all when Brainful Out got the jump on the 8 ball but followed the 8 ball in. And Larry wins 7 racks to 4. So I think that's all the first round matches over, I think. Yes, it is. So we're into round 2. Larry's now going to play Popman. Slim's 2-1 up against Sergaresh. That's a scratch match. Stefan has just started with LS3. And Spectre Dawn is underway against Chimpy. Chimpy's getting a 7-ball. So we're going to get in and watch that match. Well, again, the angle's plentiful there to get out onto this 5. And Spectre Dawn should be off the mark here. Again, absolutely no problem in the table here. Plenty of room on the left side for the 7-ball. Well, he can go forward with a bit of inside left to check it down this left-hand side. And now he can just sort of kill this cue ball and hold for the 8 into the side if he wants. Well, he's gone. Presumably that's where he played for it. He's still got a decent enough angle to go off the rail and back out for the 9. But then again, those angles catch you out. So there's a chance gone for Spectre Dawn. And I don't know why he didn't play that a bit softer to leave that 8-ball into the side. I think he could have been able to do that. And Chimpy's going to end up fluking the 8-ball. So, testy little cut in the 9. Got to watch the cue ball. And he's overcut it. And that's 2 poor shots from Chimpy, having been gifted that opportunity there. I think he's been caught off guard. And Spectre Dawn's going to get out of jail. Oh dear. Commentator's curse. Nobody wants to win this. Well, the only thing that's going to happen now is Chimpy's going to follow this 9-ball into the hole. I mean, it's the only other daft thing that could happen. Well, they'll be glad that rack's over. And they don't have to play it again. But somehow Chimpy's won it. Oh, that 4-ball goes into the side, but the cue ball ends up getting kicked in. And it'll be an immediate response here from Spectre Dawn to get this match back all square straight away. Again, Spectre Dawn's heading the wrong direction with this cue ball, but he can cut the 6 into the side, no problem. Again, he's gone to an awkward angle. He's got to work this cue ball. I mean, if he cuts it into the side, he's going up and down. If he takes it into the corner, he's leaving himself the high cut again. There's 8 balls well off the rail. And this 9-ball may well end up getting into the same pocket where the cue ball's going to end up. So Chimpy's scratch on the break has cost him. It's 1-1. Seven ball eventually goes in, but the 7 ball, being Chimpy's money ball, comes back onto the table next to the 1, and it's not a dead set combo. And I think there is absolutely no room between the 2 balls at all. But he's made the combo, and he's sitting plumb on the 1 ball. Kill the 2 ball for the 3 in the side, and the issue is the 5 now. Let's have a look at the angle he's got here. If he'd got a better angle than that too, he could have maybe drawn into the 5 and still had a shot in the 3. So he's got that to deal with. I mean, he could try and play the cut combo down the rail on this 9 with the 5 ball. He might end up doing that. But then again, I think he's trying to get a nudge there. I don't believe for 1 minute he played to get to there in the 4 ball. But if he looks at that 5-9, and again he's trying to overdo it, why didn't he just leave it to try and play the cut down the rail? And Chimpy's got ball in hand. He can play the shot if he's brave enough. And he's played it. There you go. Now, I don't know why Spectre Dawn didn't try and get the cue ball to someone like that, or there or thereabouts, and just play the same shot that Chimpy's just played. He just tried to be over ambitious. I mean, there was enough room to make the combo because Chimpy proved it. And Spectre Dawn got a little bit too greedy there, trying to break that 5 ball out when he didn't really need to. And as a result, in the 1 loss side, Houdini's won the final rack decider there against Bill, and Bill is gone for the night. And no doubt Bill would have been up against a hefty handicap. Let's have a quick look. I'm pretty certain he would have been... What was he given? Well, he was given the 5 ball to Houdini, and I mean, any player that can pot a couple of balls is going to get to the 5 ball given the opportunity. And that's what's done Bill the night. And meanwhile, Chimpy with a 2 racks to 1 lead will be trying to duck behind the 4 and 5 here, I would think. Just got to get the pace in this. Let the spin do the work. It's a tricky little shot. He's just overcooked it, and he's left the bank. It's a touchy little shot to play that and let the spin do the work there. Just got a wee bit too much pace in it. But the bank is most certainly open here for Spectre Dawn. Not long now to the Moscone Cup. And of course, we've also got a month of the World Cup starting tomorrow in Qatar. I saw something in the news there that that FIFA have decided to ban alcohol at the last minute. I thought it started tomorrow. Well, maybe I heard them wrong. I know it starts at the weekend, but well, who the hell is that? I've never seen that name before. Who's that in disguise? The Kuyati Kid. Come on, own up and let us know who you are. Welcome anyway. Oh, the Qatari royal family imposed the ban. According to the news that I heard, it was FIFA that decided to pull the plug at the last minute. Oh, that'll disappoint a lot of alcoholics. The States and England, what match is that you're talking about? What are they in the same group? I never knew that. In fact, I couldn't even tell you who England's group is. I haven't paid any attention to it. So anyway, Chimpy with a 3-1 lead. I've no doubt Budweiser paid a fortune, yeah. Well, Chimpy, I think, had a ball in the break, which I think was the 7 ball, and it's been respotted, which is why all the balls were still in the table. I missed that there looking at the chat, but I'm pretty certain that's what happened. And this table's not sitting too bad. Well, he's took a risk there, and he's got away with it. I mean, I don't think he really needed to bump the 6 and 7, but it's opened him wide open now. I know he has to just get to this 4 ball, and he'll be looking good. And he only needs to get to the 7 at the end of it. I wonder how many companies didn't get involved in the World Cup because of the Qatar view on homosexuality. I wonder how many companies have stood their ground there and said they weren't involved. You know why? There wouldn't be many because there's far too much bloody money, that's why. And I wonder how many gay football supporters are going there. Ask yourself that question. And also how many gay actual footballers are there. Staying in the cupboard so that they don't create any controversy while they're over there. Oh dear. I've forgotten the handicap again, he only needed a 7. I remembered at the beginning of the rack, but I forgot at the end of the rack. Well, Spectre Don's now going to be put to the test. Trailing by 4 racks to 1. Chimpy's got the break working. Has he got a shot? No, he hasn't. But he can certainly use that 5 and 8 ball. He just needs to feather the 2 really thin. And I mean wafer thin. And just skim up the table and get a good distance between these 2 balls. And that needs to keep running, and that's pretty good to me. That's exactly what he wanted to do. That's excellent. Now, it's not difficult to hit. What's difficult is getting a good roll of the ball. Oh, he might even pot this. This is good in. This is good in. Well, how about that for a bonus? Okay, he's not got a great shot in the 4. But Spectre Don can also duck for cover if he wants. Mark, you get any idea what sort of roughly the time these matches are getting played? Because I think this is the first time there's been 32 in the World Cup finals. So I would imagine, I mean, even with 24 in it, there was still like 3 matches a day sometimes. You know, a couple on in the afternoon and 1 at night, or the other way around. So I don't know what sort of time zones they're working with over there. I haven't had any look at what the match schedules are like. Whether I'll be able to see any of them or I just have to go to bed. Well, you can see the 5, but you can't see enough of it to pot it, I don't think. I think if he bent round the 8 ball slightly, he might be able to make the angle. But he's just trying to push it to the rail. And that's not bad either. That will do the trick. England's at 1 o'clock Monday. Oh, I'll be at work at that time. Well, I don't finish until 2 on Monday. By the time I get home, it'll be into the second half. Well, not Chimpy, One Pocket Slims followed up his good win against Bill with a 7-1 defeat of Sergaresh in round 2. Spectrodon now has been given the opportunity, albeit it's the wrong side of the 5, but he's got loads of room to get around the table. Avoid the 8 ball and get on this 6 ball. Avoid the 8 ball. Well, he's run into it and it hasn't done him any harm. And Christian has beaten Preacher on the 1-loss side. 4-2. So the tournament's moving on rapidly. And we are still short of the hour. Now is Spectrodon going to get on a roll here, given the opportunity that it's going to be his break next? Get himself back into this. Who did they play on Monday, Mark? In fact, do me a favour, tell me who's in England's group, because I say I haven't the foggiest idea. I don't know what groups are what. I've not looked at any of the World Cup stuff at all. So they've got Iraq. Well, they'll take care of them. They'll be too good for Iraq. If Iraq and Iran. God, don't mention Iran as far as Scotland are concerned. That's still painful from 1978, if you're old enough to remember it. So is it Iraq, USA and Wales and England? Or is it Iraq, Iran? Is it 5 in a group or 4 in a group? Has somebody got their Iraqs and Irans mixed up? I'm willing to bet that that's the case. But, right, so it's Iran. Right. Well, so England will be looking at that and saying, right, you know, they should get a win against Iran. They'll be favourites against Wales. They could come unstuck against Wales, and it could be dodgy against the USA. So, I mean, it's not a cakewalk, that group. Definitely not. And England don't necessarily have the best of starts in World Cups. But at least they're there. That's the difference. Yeah, that's right, Mark. Who the hell have we got? Scotland's got nothing but friendlies for the next 4 years. Brainfill out, marches on in the 1-loss side. He goes through against Jesdev, 4-1. Oh, I take it, if any, I haven't heard it yet, but I heard that Badil and Skinner are doing a another updated version of their England World Cup song, unless it was a joke that I heard. Has it been released yet? No doubt the video will be on YouTube. Anyway, Spectre Dawn is right back on Chimpy's coattails here. And Travelling TT has beaten Mark Sharp 4 racks to 2. And Mark Sharp's participation in Friday Night 9-ball hasn't been good for him, and that doesn't bode well for the league night tomorrow night for VP4 TV. Spectre Dawn, I think the 1 ball went in the break there. 2 ball on the side, 3 into the corner, obviously. Now, I think he's got the angle. I think he's got the angle to go across and come in and bump the 6 and 9 here. I'm not sure. I presume he's just trying to leave the bank, but I think he might have been able to get right across the table and bump into that 6 and 9. And again, Spectre Dawn struggling with the pace for the safety there. You're talking about my team, Slim, aren't you? Because we started off okay and then we died a death. Well, it looks likely that from 4-1 down, Spectre Dawn is going to be all square here in a minute. So, Chimpy's lead has evaporated and Spectre Dawn started potting balls to break now, big time. And he's got a cut on the 2. Well, I think he's got to try and bump something straight away here. I mean, he's got the angle to do it. But, I mean, he doesn't need to now that you look at the 3. The 3 will go into the side. So this angle he's got in the cut in the 2 can bring him down the table. I don't know whether he can cut this soft enough to try and hold it. Right, he's going to go. This pace looks good. This looked pretty nigh perfect, albeit he's the wrong side of the 3. But at least he can stun it in and still finish on the 4 into the corner if he wants to do that. No, he's just going to cut it in and run it. Using the 9 to hold it. Again, he's just getting to that too much. It's another one of these testy ones. Cue ball's coming in the right direction for the 7. Back across the table. And this time not a problem. And it's going to be 4 in a row for Spectre Dawn. Now, is that a result that's just come through, or is that one that I've just missed? No, that's one that's come through 2 or 3 minutes ago. Travelling TT beating Mark Shaw. I mentioned it because he's in BP4 TV. I did mention it. Well, I think this one's dry. It's dry but safe. No shot for Chimpy in the 1. Yeah, I thought it'd be on YouTube. Well, it's an easy kick here, I think, for Chimpy. Let's have a look. He's trying to go the long way with the chance of kicking it in. I think he should have played in the safe side and just kicked it from this short rail. He's gifted it with ball in hand for Spectre Dawn now. The narrow window to get on the 2 ball is there. Into that gap. Unless he goes the gap between the 8. Yeah, that's what he's tried to get. Well, the only way this will go wrong is if he doesn't get into the gap between the 8 and 9 again, or go inside the 9 to the right rail. Oh, Jeff Huff's getting a cameo in it. He just got there. Well, this is where you stun it and you spin it down the long rail on the right, because the angle's there to do that. Like that. Needs to get the spin working. As long as you get the right English on it with the stun, as soon as it hits that rail, it fizzes off the rail. And then the momentum does the rest. Well, Chimpy might have been thinking he was looking good at 4 racks to 1 up. But as soon as Spectre Dawn gets his teeth into the game, and especially when balls are going in the break, you're not going to get an awful lot of opportunities. And that's been the case. It's 5 in a row now for Spectre Dawn. And I still think Spectre Dawn should have kept himself in the Cowboy World Championships, because he should have taken a lesson from Cobra. Cobra signed up for it. He's been getting a good few games of Cowboy in, and he's been getting good wins as well, I've noticed. Against VP Monster, I hasten to add. Who's a veteran at Cowboy. That isn't going to work. Well, that's what I say about, good players being able to adapt. I thought that was a 1 ball that was behind the 3. I didn't realise it was a 9. I'm sitting back in my chair looking at this. So anyway, that's all over. 6 in a row Yeah, I mean, Spectre Don said, he lost the interest. I mean, he doesn't want. The bit that surprised me, he doesn't want to try and adapt and expand to games like Cowboy, where he probably would end up enjoying the challenge, but he just limits his opportunities to win these big events by not, by only being a sort of one-trick pony and playing in 9 ball and 10 ball. Well. Anyway, Chimpy, it all went downhill as soon as he went 4-1 up. Right, where are we? Let's have a look. So Slim is through, waiting to play the winner of Larry and Popman, and that match is 2 racks all. We've got Stefan and LS3 in the final rack decider. Now, who can we jinx here straight away? Well, I think it's easy to come back to that suggestion, Slim, when you look at how Spectre Don dominates Friday Night 9-ball. He's in it. He's in it, and he wants to win it every week. So I think the desire to win's there. What the desire isn't there is to actually broaden his horizons and use the skills that he's got to adapt them to something like Cowboy. I think he'd have been perfectly good at playing it had he put a wee bit of time in it like Cobra's done. Because Cobra never plays Cowboy. You never see him ever playing Cowboy. And neither does Albinario, but Albinario, as I say, he's already won one of them, albeit a long time ago, and not in the same scale as we have in VP4. But Albinario will adapt to all games. And he'll be a strong contender in the tournament because of it. There's many contenders in this Cowboy, I'll tell you that. Many of them. LS3's in it. I haven't seen LS3 doing an awful lot of practice, I must say. Maybe she's been getting some time in when I've not been around, but I haven't seen her actually been in playing an awful lot. But maybe she will go down and sort of learn as we go in the tournament. So Stefan getting the 8-ball, LS3 at the table, having to squeeze this 4-ball in, but got to play this with a bit of pace to get the cue ball out. Well, that'll work. Couple of rails to the right side, or the left side, I should say, for the 7 into the right side, and this match is over. And Travelling TT has taken out Sergaresh on the 1-loss side, 4-0. Good result that. And Stefan is going over to the 1-loss side to join Travelling TT because LS3 has won the final rack. A 7-6 win. Right, so 1-loss side is filling out nicely. And meanwhile, One Pocket Slim still waits on his next opponent, because Larry and Popman, Larry's taking the lead 3 racks to 2. That result's about to update in a second, the one with LS3 and Stefan. And LS3 is going to be playing Spectre Dawn. So what we'll do is we'll jump in to the Popman Larry match, if we can get in. This is not a good sign. This isn't good. This is no good at all. Has the room actually crashed? Larry can't get back in. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill VP4. I'll be back in a minute. Well, I tried to kill it. I thought my recording had stopped. Right, I'm going to do it this time. Larry's in the room now by the look of it. I don't know whether he's had the same problem I've had, where it's just hanging to try and get back in the room. Let's try it again. Yeah, this is not good. No, there's something up with this room. Right, well, I think we should learn from our mistakes. We've had 2 goes, we can't get in, so I think we'll give this the body swerve, this room. I'm going to kill VP4 again. We'll just stay well clear of that room. Let's have a look at the bracket again. In fact, that's another thing to try. I'll try going into it from the bracket. I'll probably do the same bloody thing. I did try that the first time round, didn't I? I think I'm a bit of a mug doing this. Yeah, it ain't going to happen. Right, well that's 3 times, so let's forget this as an idea. Right, we won't go near that room again. We'll have a look at the bracket. We'll end up probably going into LS3 Spectre Dawn. I think that's what we'll end up doing. Try that. Not a problem. In straight away. Well, this is a scratch match, and the 6 ball is probably in the worst spot in the table. Yeah, that's a horrible place. But LS3 should be out. Spectre Dawn's already up 1-0, but we should be all square here in a sec. Yeah, I don't know what. I mean, that's inexplainable. I mean, Steve's the one that can explain that. Why there's the odd occasion where that happens, where you simply can't get into a room. I presume Larry's in there and everything's working now, but it stops other people getting in. I mean, I had 3 goes at it. No sign of life out of that room at all. That's some sort of bug that does that. I wonder if Steve's ever tried to explain that to us. Have we ever asked him that? Why is it some rooms like that one, you try and get in and it hangs and it hangs and it hangs, and that's the match has already started. It's nothing to do with them lagging off or waiting and the players arriving. Anyway, we'll worry about that another time. 1 rack all, and Spectre Dawn once again with a table that's fairly inviting. The only worry would be the 5 ball. And where he is in the 3, he should be bottom side of the 4 to drop up the table or get to the long rail on the right and be able to see that 5 ball. I mean, I think the angle's the other way in this 4 ball, but it can still get him out into the table. Has he gone far enough though? Oh, this is awful tight. I don't know whether he can get enough of that. He's going to have to kick it in. Yeah. And he's going to have to bail out as well. LS3 should be ready to pounce here. He's going to have to jump. Now, well, it's wide open. So LS3 should have the lead. Well, all you do with this shot here is worry about the 8 ball. You just worry about potting the 8 ball. You don't worry about the cue ball. The cue ball's going in a direction where you've got a shot in the 9. So you don't have to be doing anything with the cue ball. And that's exactly what LS3's done. Made sure 100% of the 8 ball. Because you're always going to be on the 9. I thought there was a smell in the room. The hogs arrived. He's been rooting about in the shit again. Good evening or good afternoon or whatever time of day it is. So LS3, 2-1 up. Ball in the break. 5 ball is gone. Perfect in the 1 ball. And she should be out. Because there is nothing here that is a problem. Get down onto this 3 ball. Well, this is going to be tricky because I think the line in the 2 ball is not great here. She's going to have to force this in, I think. And all of a sudden it's gone pear-shaped because I don't think I'd have been drawn back there. I think I'd have been forcing that in and punching the cue ball to get it moving. But she's confident, leaving the bank, gets it sweet as a nut, and perfect in the 4. Now, the one to worry about is the 8, which is slightly off the rail. Now, who's going to give me an update in the snooker? Mark. And that's perfect. Again, the same thing. All you do is worry about potting the 8 ball. Absolutely nothing to worry about the 9 ball. Well, again, this is it's heading to a similar direction that the Chimpy match went with Spectre Dawn. LS3 has got a 3 rack to 1 lead. And as long as she keeps potting balls in the break and having a shot, there is absolutely nothing Spectre Dawn can do. And now that 3 ball has just caused an issue. LS3 is going to have to jump the 3. Looking at the angle past the 2 to actually pot it. And there's room enough there to pot the 1. That was well done. And there's a nice gap. Now where the 5 ball is, right there, there's a nice gap to pot that 5 and bring the cue ball back into the table for the 6. That's if you're the top side. Now where LS3's got herself in the 3 ball here, let's have a look. Well, again, you can just dink this 3 ball in. The cue ball's going to the rail. And this is what I'm talking about, just coming back off that 5 and staying in play to get into that gap. Well, that's not exactly the plan there. This will still cut fine, but where's the cue ball ending up? That's the problem. Well, it's bumped to 8, which is a big bonus. The only problem is it's dead straight in the 7. Now, you don't want to try and squeeze much of an angle out of this, but she looks as if she's trying to do that. No, just try to hold it. Oh, that's going to stay up. Well, this is what LS3 didn't want to do, is give Spectre Dawn an opportunity, because that last match with Chimpy and Spectre Dawn, Chimpy got to 4-1 up, Spectre Dawn got in, and that was the match pretty much over after that. And Spectre Dawn obviously having control now of the break. If he can get on a roll there, LS3's score might not look quite as pretty. He's back to within 1. And he's got a ball in the break. The 1 ball's gone, the 2 ball's gone, the 4 ball's gone. A dodgy cut in the 3 though to stay at the table. It's all on this 3 ball. If he gets it and can see the 5, he'll be out. If he doesn't get it and LS3 can see it, she'll be out. And he's overcut it, but he might have got away with it. He has. And it's too far to jump, I think. Yeah, that 6 ball is in the flight path of a cue ball to try and get to that 3. If you try to roll onto it. And that might work as far as not being able to pot it. I think there's enough room at the side of the 9 ball to kick this 3 in. I'm surprised he's not looking at the kick. There's enough room there to do it. And if the cue ball comes through, the only problem with this shot is he can end up hooked in the 5. And that's the other problem, is following it in. So LS3 with ball in hand and 5 balls to pot for the lead to go back to 2. I was getting messages on Facebook from Stubb. In fact, I'll just get my phone and I'll read you some of the stuff he's been saying. Let's see if we can get him. Where are we? I've got another message on Facebook, and of course it's from Stubb. Right, listen to this. He says, I mean, this is me cutting to the, you know, I could go back to all the chat that he's been on about, but my God. Right, this was the first thing he said after he lost to Albinario the other night. He says, all bullshit, I'm not awake yet. Was planned to get Cobra to play the real fraud, even if I let Honour Guy. This is me saying it word for word. So if you can understand it, you can explain it to me. Was planned to get Cobra to play the real fraud, even if I get Honour Guy, get win. Stubb's just been toying with you all for years. Stubb can win. If my PC wasn't fecked up, I would have won that day yesterday. Didn't feel like a final and was planning to lure Cobra to finish K. Me and Albie, missiles all aimed at UK now, K. I don't know what that's about. We formed an alliance. And then and all I typed was, remember, scan with malware bytes once every 2 weeks, K. And then he says, and if you see, this is how a conversation goes with Stubb. You say something, he doesn't respond to whatever you've said. He just stays in the same tact all the time. He says, and if it was night time, I would have easily won. And I typed, you were unlucky, K. And then he says, I always play important matches during bullshit hours, every time, K. And I said, yup, and unless you move to the UK, you always will be, K. He says, from now on I'm setting my own hours and don't care if streamed or not. We both played bad and I should have easily won, K. And then now he answers my question about the UK. He says, move to the UK now. FTS, you guys got a missile lord to feel with, K. Deal. And that's it. End of conversation. Most of it is gobbledygook. He speaks his own language. Oh, you've been getting harassed by him as well. I've been getting it every day. It's entertaining, if anything. And to tell you the truth, when I hear the messages coming through, and I look on Facebook and I see that it's him, I don't read any of them. I just read them in a clump. You know, once he's back, you know, he starts off in a rant, and you'll get 3 or 4 of them coming in, and I just wait until he's finished, and then and then I just start reading. Well, he's getting abusive to you because he wants to. What he's getting at is he wants to finish the whatever the hell tournament was it, the 9-ball Masters or whatever it was, the one that you get forfeited, and he wants to finish that. Oh dear, that's why he's got a gripe against Cobra. Well, Larry's through 7 racks to 4 against Popman. I'm glad that match is over. And meanwhile, LS3 with a 5-2 lead against Spectre Dawn. Spectre Dawn looking for cover. I don't know that he's got it, and that's not a great safety. Well, LS3, this is asking to duck away here. Yeah, get distance if anything. And she's not got the cover either, and this one will cut if Spectre Dawn feels that he has to go for it. This is a stub shot. The Pope's probably got a drawer full of them in the Vatican, just in case any nuns drop over. Well, he's decided to play safe, but I don't think he's got the cover again. Nope. And again, LS3 can put him in trouble. The thing is, the papal condoms have a wee red hat on them at the tip end. Did you not know that? You've got a little round red hat that just sits in the head of it. Well, Spectre Dawn at the table. Why the hell are you typing in the chat in the bloody stream, hog? For fuck's sake. And Chimpy is battling on in the one-loss side. He's taken out Houdini. 4 racks to 1. And the 3-9 combo by Spectre Dawn gets him back to within 2. I think he's dry though. He's dry. And the 1 ball has got plenty of room past the 7. The 2 balls over the side pocket. So again, just got to focus on the pot. So you're going to be able to see the 2 one way or another. But again, that little testy angle has caught LS3 out. And Spectre Dawn will be going for the bank. LS3 has another chance here, and again, nothing to worry about with the cue ball. Just focus on the pot. You're going to have a shot in the 2. And that's fine. Perfect angle in the 2. Dink the 2 in. Cue ball out into the table. The only thing to worry about is where you're finishing for this 4 ball to make it simple to get on the 5, because the 5 is limited at where it's going. I mean, there is a possible 5-9 combo, and LS3 might be better to actually leave it at that. Nope. She's trying to get back for it on the side. That'll work. Confident enough to execute the little stun draw there. Now, do you come out behind the 9, or do you start doing stuff with the cue ball? Because the natural path of the cue ball wants to go behind the 9. And again, LS3, I think, started tweaking the cue ball there. And she could have left this easier for Spectre Dawn. Well, it's definitely going to be back to within one now. 100%. Stefan survives another round as well in the one-loss side. He's taken out Brainful out. Final rack decider, 4-3. Mark must have gone to bed because I asked him to do me a favour and give me an update in the snooker and I never saw anything. It's on the BBC iPlayer. If you go to the BBC iPlayer and then go to categories and choose sport, you'll be able to choose whatever match you want. Just to give me an update on the scores, please. Anybody? Well, look at where this one ball stuck. And what has happened to Spectre Dawn? Is Spectre Dawn gone? Nope, there he is. In fact, I think you can see enough of the one ball. Well, maybe not. He's going to have to cut across the one so he doesn't follow it in just like that. But he's bounced off the table. As always a risk. Well, there's a 2-9 combo at distance. Or there's the run out. Now the 8 ball is fine. So they're all there. And if you're confident enough in your own ability, you'll run the table anyway. Now, she left herself on this 6 ball. Well, I would still take it long. I'd be more comfortable taking it long because I know the cue ball's coming that way. This you've got to just roll through. You know, there's the 2 ways of doing it. She's gone too far, and now it's testy. I think the safer way was to cut it long and come out. You'd have a much easier shot in the 7. And this cue ball's leaking away, and that's the problem. And now she's in trouble. From a rack that should have been in her hands, she's letting it slip away. 5-0 for Lazowski. Goodness me. And what's the other score? We had Mark Allen. Who the hell's he playing? That's a good score for Lazowski. Yep, LS3's let that get away there with the wrong choice of shot. The safer shot was the one I spoke about. Because where that ball was there, cutting it down the table meant the cue ball was going that way. And the 7 ball being there, I think it was, it would have been a far, far easier shot and a much more guaranteed that you were going to have a comfortable shot on it. So LS3's choice there, well, it would have been right enough if she had got the pace right. She overhit it, run through the short side, left a dodgy cut, and all of a sudden it's 5 racks all, and also Spectre on again, a ball in the break, nicely on the 1 to drop through for the 2, 3 balls wide open, 4 ball goes past the 9 into that pocket if it needs to, and well, Spectre Dawn's gone way inside again also in this 2 ball. So he's going to be hitting the 9 here, and he's got to make sure he gets out, and he has done. Didn't want to finish behind the 4. If you get any update in that Mark Allen match, Crusader? Because again, if you can't get it on the iPlayer, the two matches should be an iPlayer. If they're not, they'll be on the BBC Sport websites on under snooker. Well, this 9 ball into the side pocket. Just cut the 8 nice and gentle. Oh, the other match in its mid-session interval. So, Spectre Dawn on the hill with the break. And it's dry, I think. And, well, the 1 ball is on. But LS3's got an awful lot of work to do with the cue ball to get anywhere near the 2 where she'll have some sort of shot, whether it be a safety shot or anything. And that's a cracking shot. That was excellent. I mean, okay, it's not perfect, but at least she can see the 2 and can see a pocket for it to go into. Maybe bump the 4 here as well. Oh, it's gone wrong. Well, the angle was always going to bump the 4, but she's hit it too thin. Needed to hit that more full to get it out the way. And this could be her last shot. And the cue balls come back into play. And Chimpy, another 4-0 win against Stefan. Two frames all, that's good. I might be able to see something of it just before I go to bed. It might be all over by that time though. Certainly it looks as if the Lazowski-Murphy match hasn't got long to go. Lazowski just needing a 1 frame. And Spectre Dawn just needs another few balls and he's home and dry here. And don't forget, LS3 was 3 racks to 1 up. Yeah, this is just a wee bit awkward. He's having to just kill it. He didn't want to let that cue ball run through. It would have finished sort of awkward for the 8 ball. Well, Spectre Dawn sends LS3 through to that 1 loss side. And it's a 7 racks to 5 win. Right, so loads of results coming through. And Slim and Larry are underway. It's 2 racks all there. And we'll jump in if we can get in. It might be a problem with Larry. I think it's Larry's there. Oh no, I'm in. I thought I was not going to get in. We got in eventually. 2 racks all. It's a scratch match, no handicap. And Larry's got a very inviting setup here to take the lead. I'm just wondering how I'm going to jinx him. So Spectre Dawn has got through to yet another hot seat match to see who gets to tonight's final. He's either going to be playing Larry or 1 pocket Slim. Bedhead cut in the 5, but shouldn't be a problem again. And that's a quick way of finishing racks. Just fluke the 9. But it's dry. But no shot for Slim. Oh, the comeback on, is it? Now he's got a long way to go. Now, what's Slim trying to do here to be creative? That ain't it. I think he was trying to get behind a 4, but didn't get the line. And Larry can just gently roll this 1 ball in because he doesn't want the cue ball to leak away over behind that 9 and 5. He just wants to get this 1 ball to the hole. See how the cue ball wants to leak away? But he's kept it in play. And he might have a decent enough angle in the 2 to come out into the table for the 3 in the same pocket, which he does. And this goes forward with a wee bit of right English just to check the cue ball, hit that rail and come back this way rather than going that way. See how it's coming back down. Needs to come off the rail though. That might be too straight. Well, I mean, you could put a bit of Botman left English on this. Now, Botman left takes you that way. But he's found a path going forward, and that works. The only danger, of course, is that 9 ball getting in the way, but he's got there. And that hasn't helped him. Didn't want the bump the 8. And he's going to have to reverse bank this. He's got no choice. And he's overdone it. Oh, is it got the legs? I think it has. Where's the 7? Oh, he's got the nudge in the 7. And this has got to be swift. I think he's too close to do anything with this, is he? Can he get enough pace in this to actually get it to a pocket? I don't think he can. Well, now we're going to get a bit of tip tapping. And that's brought the 7 into play, and Larry will not refuse the bank on this. This is like a red rag to a bull, leaving that 7 ball there off the rail. He just has to avoid the 9 ball with the cue ball because he's going to be running that direction. He needs to get the cue ball into the table to have a shot in the 8 if he gets this bank. And that's the problem. Commentator's eye saw it, and now he's got a really tough one. Again, he's got a choice. He can go all out for the cut to the right corner, or he can play the bank. Well, the other thing as well that I forgot to mention, Steve did join that stream the other night there, but he wasn't there long. He was getting called away 2 or 3 times. I think it was barely on for 10 minutes, but the first thing he did mention was that this, if nobody heard it, some of you didn't hear it, this physics update that he's got planned and was being tested by Yamaguchi Taru, a change to I think the cloth and the rails, it won't be implemented until after the Cowboy tournament, so that we don't, it doesn't mess up our game. Well, that's a bad one from Larry. It hasn't finished exactly perfect for Slim, but I think he can cut this into the side. Yeah, he can just cut this. Plain ball, he's not going to scratch. Well, he's drawn off it. So we're back all square. And Slim is dry. So one ball into the corner, two into the side, and he's probably going to have to use that 4 ball when he pots this too, because he doesn't want to leave the 4 ball there. That's no good to man the beast. Well, tell a lie, the 4 ball does go. I thought it was on the point. He's actually fine. Now, I think Larry wants to get down here. I don't know whether he wants to leave himself that side. I think he wants to get down. He wants to come down between the 6 and 7 here, I think. If he's looked at that 4. So that he can come off it and get down for the 5. Oh, he doesn't want to go too far though. He doesn't want to do that. Well, he's making life difficult for himself. So he's going to have to either kick this in or jump or spin. No, he can get to it. I thought he was shooked. Shows you how my eyes are at this time of night. How about put 32 players in Friday night 9 ball? No. No way. I mean, Friday night 9 ball with 16 in it can go at 4 hours. 32 in it. I mean, lower the races, then I don't know. I mean, 16 is long enough as far as the tourney goes. And the other thing is, it's always been a race to 7. For 20 years and more, it's been a race to 7. Friday night 9 ball. So I don't think that'll be changed. Don't you try and stir things, Slim. No, but the other thing as well, Tommy, you've got to remember is Friday night 9 ball back then was single elimination. There was no such thing as double elimination with the tourney system that we had. It was always just single elimination. So you had a lot more people in it, but it went a lot quicker because you only had the one side. Well, Christian's taken out Potman again in a final rack decider. Well, I'll tell you something else, Tommy. Friday night 9 ball, when I first came to VP3, it used to be 9 p.m. at night GMT, and it used to go on to after midnight, and that was even with just a single side of the bracket. You know, it didn't have double elimination, so it used to go on into the small hours of the morning. Sunday snooker, when I used to do it, used to be full, and there was more than one occasion where I used to have to do 2 tournaments. I used to have 2 Sunday snooker tournaments running side by side because there was that many people wanted to play, and it was always races to 2. Again, single elimination. Yeah, you see, 8 p.m. GMT is too late because Friday night 9 ball then goes on to midnight, and when the clock wasn't changed, I used to do summer Friday night 9 ball and then not finish it. It starts at 7 p.m. GMT. It starts at 8 p.m. if you're in the Netherlands. It's 7 p.m. all year round, because I make sure Steve changes it to 7 p.m. That way I can stream it more. Yeah, and that's correct, 8 p.m. in Germany, but that means that Tommy wants it to start at 9 p.m. He wants it to start at 9 p.m. GMT, his time. Well, the time in Germany right now, as far as my clock's concerned, would be 5 minutes past 10. Am I right? Because it's 5 minutes past 9 here. Yeah, so it's 10 o'clock Central European time. Anyway, back to the match. Larry with a 4-3 lead and looking good to be 5-3. Yeah, I'm not sure whether Tommy's got his clocks set right here. Friday night 9 ball, as of now, until spring comes along next year, will be at 7 p.m. and that will be 8 p.m. Central European time from now until whenever it is, March or April, when the clocks change. The thing is, though, if you want in Friday night 9 ball, take my advice. When the tournament finishes tonight, you sign up tonight, and that way your name's in the hat for next week. You're guaranteed a spot. Because if you don't and you hang off, this tournament is getting full sometimes an hour before the thing starts. And that's what you want to have. You want to have people want to get in it. And for a good number of weeks, we've had full houses every Friday night. During the summertime, you might be a wee bit short because obviously people are out enjoying whatever good weather there is, or are away on holiday and stuff. But at this time of year, if you want to be in Friday night 9 ball, get signed up. Well, the thing is, though, if you look at the people that are in this tournament tonight, most of these people in this tournament tonight are in it every week. Yeah, if you sign up on the day itself, again, you sign up early, though. You know, you sign up before you go to work. And again, your name's in the hat. I mean, I checked the sign-ups before I went for my dinner tonight. And when I checked then, there was 11 already in. So I knew it was going to be full. Yep, if you want to make sure you've got a seat, get signed up either tonight or tomorrow, and then you don't need to worry about it. So, Larry on the hill, and well, again, this just needs to be gentle. Unless he wants to be sure and go right through and come into the table. Yeah. Now the path is clear where he goes here, because you're coming off the 5 ball, you're going that way, and you're going that way. So the only way this is going to go wrong is if he finishes there. And with the pace this is going at, it's going to bounce. And he's fine. Lazowski, that's a good result for him. And, you know, that Jack Lazowski is a player who annoys me. He annoys me because he's such a good potter, but he hasn't quite got that level of play that's going to keep him regularly in the mix with these guys. He makes far too many loose shots. It's a nasty habit he's got. But if he can get rid of that stuff, he'll be right up there. You know, he's in a good run at the moment, but he's too inconsistent, and his safety's a bit loose as well. It's not quite good enough to keep him regularly in the mix. And meanwhile, One Pocket Slim has his odds in this match are hanging by a thread, because that 7 ball is not really comfortable past the 9. But he's done the next best thing and put Larry in trouble. Well, Slim has got a fairly straightforward positional shot to get on this 8 ball, but can't forget about the 7. Now, that's perfect. He's got a nice little angle inside. I mean, Lazowski's got a lot of natural talent. You know, he's a very, I mean, he pots some great stuff. But I think if he wants to be in the mix, he's going to have to apply himself a lot better. He's been an underperformer for far too long. He's been around long enough. I mean, Judd Trump was very much like him, and Trump had all the talent, and it took him a long while to work out that you need to have an all-round game if you're going to mix it with these guys that you're up against. You know, Higgins and you know, Robertson and O'Sullivan and Mark Williams and all of these guys that are hanging around for years. If you're going to be trying to mix it with them, you've got to develop your game. And Lazowski's always fallen short. He's always been a disappointment to me. You know, somebody needs to get a hold of him. He needs to get somebody, you know, somebody like Ray Reardon getting a hold of him would put him right. I mean, is he not? Who is it? Is he not working with? What's he called? What's his name? Baldy. He's working with him at the moment. What the hell's his name? Where's this cue ball going? It's not going in a great direction. Oh dear, Larry. Yeah, Robertson went really early. Oh, what do you call him that was a world champ? Peter Ebdon. I'm sure Peter Ebdon's working with Lazowski to try and get him to have an all-round game. And if he listens to him, because I mean, whatever you say about Ebdon, he was a match player. He wasn't the most exciting player to watch, but he was a grinder and a battler. And he needs to take on board any good advice he's get from him to improve his game. He doesn't. I mean, the potting game he doesn't need to worry about. I think he just takes a lot of things too much for granted. Well, Slim is breathing down Larry's neck here. But Slim can't get a break of the ball just when he needs it. He's come up dry. And look at this table. And I think this rack all hinges on the one ball. Larry puts this away. He's definitely on the two. If he doesn't hook himself behind the three. Oh dear. Would you believe it? And he's bumped to six. And the six has blocked him in the four. It would have been all so simple to roll this three in and then roll the four in. And now he's got to worry about the four because the six ball's blocking that. And suddenly it's gone pear-shaped here. Oh, is Mark Allen not playing that Hossein Vafai, or did that Hossein Vafai lose? I can't remember. I've totally forgotten who was it? It was 2-2 at the interval, wasn't it? I've totally forgotten who he was playing. Who the hell was he playing again? Yeah, but I've totally forgotten who Mark Allen was playing. They'll still be going on. Well, I presume they're still playing. I haven't the foggiest idea. I was told earlier on the latest score, and I've totally forgotten who he was playing. Oh, Craigie, that young guy, Craigie, and he's 4-2 up. That's going well. It's not going well for Larry because it's a scratch and ball in hand for Slim to take this all the way. Well, even I could run these out. Even on my worst day, I could do that. I think he's got himself dead straight in the 7 though. No, he's fine. He can go forward or draw or whatever. Well, it's the same that everybody wants. You want a ball and a shot. That's all you're asking for. Well, I think I say this every week, but I am going downhill very rapidly here. The brain is in shutdown mode. Slim's come up dry. Larry's, well, he's got a possible bank. He's going to have to manoeuvre the cue ball a great deal if he wants any sort of shot in the two. And he can duck for cover. And he hasn't got it. He's teed it up for Slim. Just a roll in the one. He'll be on the two. And he has to be finishing the top side of that two ball, because it's the only way he's going to get to the four. Now, what's the line he's got? See, he's actually got a line that's taking him that direction. Now, if he goes that direction, like that, he's going to have to force this two ball in. And that's why he's running the cue ball. I'm not so sure that that's the best place to be, because that is tight past the 9 ball if he's trying to cut it. And of course, the 3 ball is tight, in fact blocked by the 8 basically. Oh, he tried to billiard the 9 in, but he's not left anything on for Larry. So remember, Spectre Dawn is lying in wait for the winner of this match. Now, what's he trying here? Is he trying to bump this in off the 5? Yep, that's what he tried. Now, where the 4 ball is handy for getting any sort of shot on this 5 ball. But there is work to get done here, because the 3 ball at best is a combo with the 8. And that's not bad. There's no way he's missing this. Now, if he overhits this, the only thing that will go wrong here is he's going like that way, and if he overhits it, he can end up there. And that's why he's checked to cue ball, to prevent that. Now, what we were talking about was the gap to get in the 5. The problem is he's too high an angle in the 4. So now he's got to make his mind up. Is he going to try and hold it? He's trying to hold it, and then putting so much English in the cue ball, that's caused him to miss the 4. He actually got in the 5, but that was a really difficult shot. Guys, it's Black Friday time. Loads of cut price mice around. Cut price, I should say. Where are all these cut price mice, Potman? I'm a sucker for a mouse. Well, Larry, almost over the line. And I think he's fine in the 9 ball. Yep, he's perfect. That'll do. So Larry is through for another match-up with Spectre Dawn. Slim moves over to the one-loss side. And we'll have a quick look and see how things are going there. We've got Chimpy is through. And he's waiting on the loser of this match, I think, coming across. I think that's the case, isn't it? Aye, there we go. It's updated. Slim has gone through to play Chimpy. And LS3 is waiting on the winner of the Travelling TT Christian match. Christian is getting a 7 ball and he's, in fact, tell a lie, it's Hill. Let's jump in there. Well, fair play to Travelling TT. Had to slam it to get the cue ball moving. Now, see the mouse that I've got, the one that I'm using at the moment is my old Rat 3 mouse. What was the name of the company that made them? And they went bust and then they've been relaunched. I can't remember the name of them, but it's a good mouse. It was the cheap end. It was the cheap end of the spectrum in the Rat range. There's now the new Rat range, but some of them are £100. They're good mice, but there's like the fancy ones that they do where bits of them come to pieces, and you'll get like a spanner that comes with them, and like a key for loosening bits and moving bits and adjusting bits and bits to rest your thumb on and your pinky on and all of that stuff. Cue ball. Oh, that's gone too far. I mean, shots like that are just a bit careless. We're now Travelling TT should be out here. Now you really want to play this with a bit of check again, just to bring the cue ball into a straighter line off the rail back up the right side. And that's what he's done there, and that's perfect. Just a little soft draw and leave the cut in the 9. You don't need to go forward. So Travelling TT survives. As long as the cue ball doesn't scratch. Right, so LS3 now knows her opponent in our next match, and meanwhile we will head in to the hot seat match, if we can get into the bloody room, that is. There we are, and straight away Spectre Dawn on his break is going to win the first rack. And Larry is getting a very generous last 2. If he can get there though. Spectre Dawn sitting perfect in the 1. The 5 ball has gone in the break. The 3 balls over the side, and this has got 2-0 written all over it straight away. Well, he's gone a bit straight in the 2, but it's really not an issue. He's got loads of room to get on that, using a bit of spin. Now again, he's got a choice in what he does here. He can drop through or draw off and hold for the 4. Now this 6 ball should be going into the same pocket. And again, that's pretty good apart from the fact he's nailed to the rail. And now he's limited in what he can do. He's maybe going to have to take his medicine, brush through off the 9 and leave a dodgy cut in this 7. And he's trying to run it, and I think the pace looks not too bad. And that's a good shot. He's going a bit squarish, and he's fallen foul of one of these, 1 or 2 of these, has to be said. No problem this time. Well, Larry's not had a sniff yet from what I could see. So 2-0. Larry waiting on his chance if he's going to get one. 8 ball goes in. Or the 1 ball's behind the 5. Now, a quick look here. I mean, you don't want to play a push out down here. This is a no-no, because Larry will just nail the cue ball to the 9, and this is asking for trouble. I can't understand why Spectre Dawn has done that. Well, it's not nailed to the 9, but it's got Spectre Dawn hooked. And Larry's going to have his shot. But again, let's have a look at the angle he has from this side. Well, if he can get the spin working in the cue ball, he can go that way and come out and try and finish somewhere in this area here. But he's got to get really into the cue ball to get it to go to this sharp angle. And that's what he's trying, but I think he's overcooked it. Yeah. He had the right idea. But now he's got the bank. Or has he? Is that 4 ball in the way? That 4 ball might be in the way. No, plenty of room. Nailed it perfect. But he's going to have to nail another good one, because these are not easy. This middle pocket can jump out and grab that 3 ball off the point. But he's nailed that one perfect. And now he's looking good. But he has to put it away. Trailing by 2. He doesn't want to gift anything here. Now, did you guys not think Larry was taking far too long over that 5 ball? I did. Yeah, he spent far too long trying to get it right, but ended up getting it wrong. And from having a great chance to get into the game, he's going to find himself 3-0 down, and I'll be back in a minute. Right, I'm back. Yeah, well, I just thought he spent far too long thinking about that. Was it the 5 ball he was playing? He just spent far too long trying to make sure he was getting it right. That the inevitable happened. And the inevitable is going to happen here as well, because it's going to be 4-0. Well, you can go 3 rails and come around into the table. 1, 2, 3, out into the table. And 4-0 it is. So already it's a tall order for Larry. Not been able to get to those last 2. And it's dry though. And I don't think Larry's got a shot again. He's just going to have to play the lock up on this 7 ball. Don't think the 1 goes past the 7. Well, that was an awful shot, Larry. That was the worst shot of the night right there. I mean, that was a simple lock-up on the 7. And Larry has blown it big time. And I think, quick look at that 2-ball. Plenty of room past the 9. Although from this position it's not exactly inviting. And the cue ball's heading into the 4-ball as well. So even if he pots this 2, can he get the cue ball out of there to have a decent shot in the 3? It goes past the 5. But he might get stuck in the corner here off this 4-ball. Looks very like it. Oh, it might go all the way, that match. And that was the problem. And what's also the problem is that the 4-ball has just come into play and it's blocked the path for the 3. So now Spectre Dawn has a problem. And, well, he's got to be in trouble here in a second or two. But this is these wee delicate shots that I think Larry struggles with this mouse. And this time he's got it. Now, Larry's going to try and draw into the 5 here, I think. No. And again, he's trying to get this to the rail. He has done this time. I thought he was going to try and draw into the 5. I think he was stuck right on it. Well, these are difficult to keep safe from a distance. Welcome back to Vertical Liquid. Played for the little double kiss. Now, is Larry going to play the really thin one and try and get down behind this 4 and 5? Needs to miss the 8. The pace is not quite there, I don't think. Oh, he's not quite got there. And Spectre Dawn could try the same thing, although this is a lot more difficult from where the cue ball's sitting. And of course, the 3 balls hanging around that top corner pocket. And that was not the best of efforts, I don't think, from Spectre Dawn, because this is a cut in very thin, or it's a reverse bank. One of the two. I think it will cut in. But the reverse bank was on. Now, can Larry stay in play? Oh, he's going to have to tweak this big time. Or he's going to have to take his medicine and leave the high cut in the 5. This is not great. It needs to keep running. And he's got there. He's got there. Now he wants to miss everything here and get up the table. He doesn't want to bump the 7. He's well away from that. But he needs to get this put away. So remember, he needs any of the last 2 balls, which obviously in this case is going to be the 8 ball. Well, at last Larry's in the game. He's off the mark. Long way back though. And needs to start with a ball straight away. Although that 5 ball has done him a little favour. 3 ball has gone in. A little nudge from the 5 onto the 1. Keeps the 1 in play. And he's having a look at the gap past the 8 ball. Well, it's tight, but it does go. Because he's wanting to bring the cue ball around the corner here. But I think he's going to end up playing the 2 in the side, to be honest with you. I think he needs to work the cue ball to play it. Where's he trying to go? He's trying to get that side. To me, the more comfortable shot would have been to get down that. I don't know whether he could have got that side because the 8 ball's in the way. Maybe this is the better way. But it's still a testy pot. I mean, he's got to think about this 4 ball, don't forget. And wow, what a shot that was. A billiard in off the 8 ball. He didn't play it, but it worked. Well, that took a big chunk out of that 8 ball, and no sooner has that happened than Larry's dogged the 4 ball. And Larry's already at the stage where he can't afford mistakes. And unforced errors like that are painful. Now this is just a little tricky one to judge the pace where this cue ball's ended up. 4 balls right in the pocket. Well, now you can just stun this into the side, drop down for the 6. And it's another rack that's leaking away here, Larry. And one pocket slim survives a final rack decided with Chimpy. Goes through 4-3. Still in with a chance. Well, Larry's chances have been few. Got himself off the mark. Should have been a dead set for this rack, but blew it in the 4 ball. Can't do that. So it's 5-1 to Spectre Dawn with the break. And he's got a ball. And the 1 ball. A little thin edge into the side pocket. 2 balls wide open. As is the 3. And again, the only way this will go wrong is running into the 8 ball. And something funny happening here. And he's come around behind it. And it's finished awkward. And LS3 survives also. She beats Travelling TT 4 racks to 2. Well, Ding was scoring heavily. So he was. Ronnie had a couple of goes at long pots, to get started in a frame, and he never potted any of them. And of course, as soon as Ding gets a sniff from the opportunities, he was scoring heavy. It was more like the Ding you'd expect, where given the chance, he was able to make frame-winning breaks. Any long pots that Ronnie had Ronnie got them, he would have probably scored heavily, but they just didn't go in for him the day. Now Ding's down at number 38 in the rankings now. I mean, this run will help him. Now, well, I said I thought we'd seen the worst shot of the night. This is not great, but the bank is dead set. What's the update in that match with that boy Craigie and Mark Allen? It must be getting to the wire by now. Somebody do me a favour and find out what's happening in that. Oh, this is horrible as well. No, it isn't horrible because it's the last two, isn't it? Forgot about that. So Larry, back in control. He's got a ball. And look at the 9 ball. Well, Larry's got to do something about this. I mean, he's got a shot in the 1. He's got to probably play a push out here. Does he? I would have thought so. I think if Allen can get back in level terms, he'll probably be the favourite. Well, this is a big shot for Larry if he's trying to play some sort of ambitious combo with the 1 ball onto the 3 onto the 9. I think he'd be better playing the push out and potting that 9 ball or doing something. He's trying to billiard it. He's banked to 1. Well, that works. Now, did he play the billiard or did he play the bank? We'll never know. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's worked. And he's got to hit this 9. Well, that's what he needed. He needed a quick rack. But he also needed another ball in the break, and he ain't got it. And there's a chance of a billiard here onto the 9 for Spectre Dawn. He might go for it. Play the billiard off the 1 onto the 9. I'd be going for it. I know that. I'd be definitely going for it. Now, the other thing I'd be going for as well is I'd have been going off that rail to hit that 1, because that 1 and 3 is a dead set combo. That's what I would have done. I don't know whether he even looked at that. I mean, that 1 and 3, I mean, there's a 1 in anyway. But the cue ball's got away, Larry. Oh dear. Well, if it doesn't rain, but it pours. Larry's played a great shot. The 1 and the 3 were dead set. Spectre Dawn, I don't think, paid any attention to it. Larry's given it a blast. Of course, the cue ball ends up running loose. And he's probably going to lose the rack over it. That's horrible. But it wasn't a great choice of shot from Spectre Dawn there, it has to be said. Because, I mean, even banking onto that 1, any hit in the 1, the 3 ball had to go in. And I'm surprised he didn't even play that. I mean, I was looking at the billiard onto the 9 there until I then looked at the setup with the 1 and the 3. And I'm amazed that Spectre Dawn never even got a sniff of it. But by default, he's going to end up winning the rack and getting to the hill. Well, he's given 2 looks at this 8 ball. There's nothing to look at. All you do is pot it and get the cue ball out. Well, it's definitely a long road back now for Larry. Last chance saloon here. 6-3 down. Spectre Dawn breaking. And the break is dry. Larry's on the 1. And everything now has to go in. Simple as that. It's no miss time for Larry. Oh dear. Unbelievable. Look where he stuck himself. Well, it's not going to get to a rail, so it's ball in hand for Spectre Dawn, and well, the only place that Larry could have finished that cue ball was behind the 5, and he found it. And Larry's, I'm pretty certain, played his last shot on the winner's side. He's heading over to join One Pocket Slim and LS3 in about 90 seconds time. Century break from Allen. Aye. Or is that him just tying the match up? Well, repetition said it was about to be 4-all. Is that not 5-4, or is that him just taking his time and clearing the table? I thought he was already on 4-all, and then that was the century to go 5-4. He just squared the match. Oh well. So Spectre Dawn through to yet another Friday night 9-ball final, but who's he going to be playing? Ah, he was 60-0 up. Well, Larry's going to have to battle it out on the one-loss side. So now we have a look. Spectre Dawn can again now have a tea break or a coffee break, whatever he wants, because One Pocket Slim and LS3 are going at it. Larry's going to come over to that one-loss side in a second. He'll be sitting in the bracket there in one of those spots, and we'll go in. There he is, and we'll go in and watch the remainder of the LS3 One Pocket Slim match. LS3's already 1-0 up. It's scratch, no handicap, and Slim's about to square the match, I would say. Well, anything but dead straight, and this might be dead straight. Yep. And that's exactly the same, but this time all you do is just kill the cue ball for the 9 into the opposite corner. So, of course, one lost side is only a race to 4. Blink and you miss it. You can't afford to make any mistakes at this stage. Slim breaking off in rack number 3. It's dry again. Well, not a great opportunity. And, well, LS3 had the right idea, trying to duck in behind that 3 and 7, but she's caught him in the top side. And Slim's hampered though. Thing is, he wants to go forward and into that gap with a 5 and 8 and play the cut in the 2, I think. Oh, he might be hooked here. He might be hooked. Or has he gone far enough? Yes, he has. But again, he's going to have to jack up and come back to the rail and out and have the cut in the 3. There's nothing else he can do. Well, This is ambitious. He's leaving a gentle edge of the 3 to try and skim past the 7. I thought he was, for a second there, contemplating the combo down the rail. And, well, the 7's running away. And the rail not hit, and ball in hand for Slim. And this 3 ball might run into the 6. He has to be careful here. Yeah, that was always in the cards. Well, that was a pretty silly shot there, Slim. You had to see the angle that 3 ball was coming off the rail. It was going to run into the 6. And this is handed a free go here to LS3. Let's just say that wasn't the best shot of the night from One Pocket Slim there. And this isn't much better because LS3's not got herself... Oh no, I thought she was playing for the 6th. I take it all back. I forgot the 5's on the table. I'm half asleep. The brain has gone. Oh, hang on. It needs to keep rolling. Just gets there. Well, again, this is just a dink down the rail and finish the top side of the 8. Needs to keep going through. See, that's not far enough. That had to keep going through to here to make this a lot more simple. So now it's going to be the straight in 9 from distance. And a 2 rack to 1 lead. And a break for LS3. And what looks to be another dry one. Well, immediately this opportunity that Slim has got has a problem to be dealt with, and it all hinges on the angle that he has on this 3 ball. Well, the one thing's for certain, he's going to be bumping the 7 and the 4, no doubt about that. Well, he's played the bank and he's double banked it, which is a rarity, and he's still got the shot in the 4. I thought he was going to give them a bump by just cutting it and bumping them from behind the rail, but he took it, grabbed the bull by the horns, went for the bank, got a bit lucky that he got the double bank. But he's looking good to be all square here. Well, this is looking very much like a 4-hour tournament tonight, because we are at we're already over the 3 hours, and of course Larry's waiting for the winner of this match, and then we've got the final to come after that. So I'm thinking that we'll be closer to 4 hours than we will be 3.5 hours, put it that way. And that is, shall we say, one of the better breaks of the night. The 2, the 4, and the 6 have gone. He's sitting on the 1, and that 3 ball has to go into the side because it's There was no way it's going in past the 5. Not really. Yes, you do us a favour, Larry. Yeah. I'm half awake here watching this. Well, he'll just come back for the 9 into the same pocket. I mean, does he want to run through and start running into 9 balls or anything? No, he's avoided it. So, one more for Slim. And one more required. Oh, this is, again, there are 2 balls heading there. No, it's caught the point. So again, it's dry. And this time LS3 has the table at her mercy. Now, quick look at the 3 ball. Problem with the 3 ball is not potting it. The problem with the 3 ball is how you pot it. It's whether you can get it clean and go nowhere near the 8 ball. So LS3 has to be thinking about that. And she can't avoid it. And no clue where this is going to end up once it hits the 8 ball. Well, that 8 balls, and in the end it's done LS3 a favour. It's bumped to 4 well into play. The only problem is it's blocked to 5 into the side. So again, an immediate problem for LS3 to try and deal with. Now, the cue ball's heading over to the right hand side. Let's have a look from her end. Let's have a look. I think the best she'll get is a 5 ball into the corner, or a cut into the side running into the 8 ball, but that's no good to get on the 6. Well, she's deciding to leave, presumably, an attempt at a 5-8 combo. This is ugly. I don't think this is going to do her any good. And again, the 5 ball is going to be running away, and as long as it stays in open play, she'll have a shot. Once again, though, loads of work to do with the cue ball here. Now, if this goes forward, which is more than likely going to be doing, well, she's trying to stun it all the way back. Great effort, but of course the pace, when it's slightly offline, the 5 ball's never going to go in. But got herself pretty good in the 6 though. But look at what Slim's been left. This is not good. This is really tough. I mean, you're guaranteed you're on the 6 ball, because all it is the line of the cut and the pace in the cue ball, and he's overcut it, I think. And I think he's got second prize though. But this 5 ball has got a very strong chance of going in, because you just need to spin this past the 9 ball, catch that rail and kick the 5 in. Then the only danger is the pace that's on this cue ball means it could finish behind the 7. Now I see there's no pace on it. She had to give it every chance. Well, this definitely comes into the bedhead category. That's comfortably off the rail. Yeah, you've got to just nail them. But again, I think LS3 will be quite happy with the result. There's an edge there, and Slim can get this thin with enough pace, and he's missed it. He's missed it completely. We're going all the way, folks. Ball in hand. And LS3 just needs these 3 balls, and we are into a final rack decider. Hang on a wee minute here. Let's just move that a bit to it's centred up there with that little logo in the screen. That's better. You know that Slim Pickens was an actor, don't you? Well, that's Pickens as in P-I-K-E-N-S. Slim Pickens. You must know who that was. Mind you, you have to be a certain age to know who Slim Pickens was. So, we are into the final rack decider. LS3 with the break. And the 7 and 8 have gone. Not a great shot to be had in a 1 ball though. But the bank has been played. The 6 ball made it a big pocket, but it still caught the point. He probably was born in 1919, Slim Pickens. If you've ever seen Blazing Saddles, you'll have saw him in that. I mean, he was in other westerns during his time, but he was the boss of the chain gang. Yeah, he may well have been, aye. That's a good shot though. That could be a game changer right there from Slim. And it's ball in hand for 1 pocket Slim. And he's going straight for the 1-9 combo, which is the right thing to do. That 2 ball's a bit awkward. And it's all over. And 1 pocket Slim takes out LS3 on that final rack decider. So we are 10 minutes past 10. We've now got the match between 1 pocket Slim and Larry to decide whether Larry can get a second go at Spectre Dawn tonight, or whether Slim... In fact, this is Larry and Slim's second match tonight. Slim's looking for revenge because Larry put Slim to the 1-loss side on a final rack decider. And meanwhile, Spectre Dawn lies in wait in the final. In we go, just in time for the lag. 1 pocket Slim on the right hand side. Well, you mean 5-4 to Mark Allen now, not 5-0. I think that was a typo. I'll give you that as a typo. 5-4 to Mark Allen. Well, Larry's break. Something's gone in. The 8 ball still spinning. And the 3 ball has gone. Once again, not a great shot on the 1. I mean, if he gets it, he's more than likely going to have a shot in the 2. But this is tough. And that's a good shot. Bump. Well, I thought he was going to bump the 5. And it's just not falling into place here for Larry. I mean, that young boy, Craigie, I mean, he's had a great tournament. That's the biggest money he's ever going to win in a tournament in his career. He's going to come out with like 50 grand, I think. At least something like that, even if he loses tonight. So it's his biggest paycheck he's ever going to receive. Well, he could have done with a better nudge in the 4 there. This is not pretty either. Trying to duck away. Well, he's ducked away, he's got the cover, but it's an easy jump for Larry. Well, I think that boy had to come through the qualifying as well, so it's more than a week's work. He probably had to win at least 2 matches to get to the last 32. You know, effectively the first round in the tournament earlier this week. Jimmy White had to win 4 matches to get to the first round. So that Sam Craigie, that young fella, he probably had to win 4 matches as well. So he's had a lot of good wins to actually get here into the main event. Well, Slim misses the 4 ball, trying to hold into the spot that was going to give him the 5. And that 5 was very tight past the 8. And this is not great for Larry either. Trying to play the combo, but it wasn't set. And Slim can use the rail. But again, I don't know whether he wants to try and finish this side of the 5. No, he's just trying to get a sight on it up the table. That was well done. But look at where the 6 is, right next to the cue ball. Now, what's the angle like? See, he's got an angle he can draw back, but he can draw into trouble. He's going forward to try and come down the left side. Oh dear, again, Larry cannot catch a break. Slim gets a lucky roll. And Larry's got to... I don't know whether he can avoid hitting the 7 playing this. He might be able to, but he's got to avoid the double kiss on the 5 ball. Let's have a look. And he's missed the double kiss, and that will work. That was the only worry there, you know, going to the rail, is first of all whether he was going to hit the 7, which he didn't, and secondly whether he was going to come back across and bump into that 5 ball. Because that was the only way he's going to get cover behind the 8, is avoiding the hit, which he's done. He's given Slim a problem. And now Slim just hopes he gets a lucky roll this time. Again, it's an open shot for Larry, but once again he's still got the same problem. The angle's not the right angle in the 5, and the cue ball wants to leak away down here to the right. And he's had to try and slam it in to stun and hold for the 6. Again, at that pace, slightly offline, they'll never go in. But at least he's left it safe this time. Well, again, to try and duck for cover behind the 6, the 7 and the 8 up table is a tall order where you're not leaving some sort of sight in the 5 ball. So Larry's gone all out for the bank. And this time it should cost him. The cut angle on this 5 ball looks fine enough to me to just bring the cue ball back across for a clean shot to 6. Might need to stun it in firm to get the cue ball out. And just a gentle cut in the 7. Cue ball heading in the right direction again for the 8. Well, one rail probably. No, he's got to use 2. And that'll work. And it's first blood to 1 pocket slim. Again, only a race to 4, don't forget. That'll do. Again, I don't think it's not going to be a problem for Slim to catch the 1 ball when he plays the jump shot. He might be looking to go to the rail first and kick in behind the 1. I think that's what he's trying. Yeah. You know, at that distance, by the time the ball gets to where it's going, it's got no pace in it. And it's given Larry an opportunity. And once again, not the best of angles to work with. He had to run into the 6 to try and get as good as he could on this 3 ball. And now, I don't know whether he can. I think he has to go 2 rails here. Well, he's managed to work it. I thought he had to. I didn't go up to look at the angle, but he had the angle just to play the stunt, and that worked. Is Larry going to be awake enough to take this out? Well, he's doing his best to try and hook himself. Quick look at this 7 ball, because that might be quite tight. It's off the rail by 2 or 3 millimetres. Angle's not the best angles in the 5, so again, taking his medicine, checking the cue ball a bit and just trying to leave him some sort of cut. And again, it's all about the pace. He'll come past the 9, but he's going to leave. Well, he just got past the 9, but he's going to leave this angle, which is fine. Oh dear, Larry. Well, here we go. I draw straight back into the side pocket. Had one all written all over it, and Larry's thrown it away. I think with shots like that, when you're staring, guaranteed certainty to be on the board, that tells you ain't going to be your night. So Slim 2-0 up. The break in rack 3's given him the 1 ball. He's not got a great shot in the 2. Trying to duck behind the 8, and that looks well and truly ducked. Or is he tight enough to prevent Larry getting to the rail? No, he isn't. And Larry's not picked a line though. And, well, this, with ball in hand, it could be a possible 2-9 combo into the side. I mean, it's the opportunity's there if he wants it. But Slim is going for the run-out route. Yep, this is definitely going to be 4 hours tonight, folks. It's going to be a long night and a short sleep for me, I'm afraid. But I have a short shift tomorrow morning, thank God. Good evening to Semi-Pro. Any update on that Mark Allen Craigie match? Anything happening that would suggest that Mark Allen's going to win it 6-4? Perfect in the 9. 3-0. One more for the match, and one more required to get into that match respected on. Well, it's dry. I don't think Larry's got anything in this 1 ball. Doesn't look like it. And the 5 ball's tucked away behind the 8, which isn't good either for a run out. Oh, that was some shot. I don't think he's got any luck though. Has he? No, of course he hasn't. He's ended up hooked behind a 4. Allen's 57-3 up. Aye, well, I think that's a good shot by Larry again. How's his luck? Again, no good. I think Mark Allen will be over the line pretty soon with a 57-3 lead. He's too long in the tooth to get caught out that way. Yeah, not a bad outcome though for Larry's safety. I mean, Slim can get to the edge of the 3 down the long rail there. Now, where's this cue ball finishing? I think, let's a quick look round. Well, Larry convinced himself he could get enough of that 3 ball. I wasn't convinced looking at it there. So Slim with a 5 ball now in open play. And sitting reasonably good in the 4. The only issue is from the 5 to the 6, because that's going to decide this rack, and it will decide the match as well, I would think. Well, simple choice for Slim. Lock Larry up onto that 8 ball. Guaranteed certainty. Well, Larry's backed right into a corner here. Good luck with this one, Larry. Well, fair play. He's got the hit in the 5. How's his lucky roll this time? It ain't any good. I mean, I can't be bothered getting out of my chair to move my mouse to look at the shot, but I presume he can skim past the 9. I'm lying back here trying to stay awake. Well, he's skimmed past the 9, but he's forgotten about the 5 ball. But this time, Larry can pot the 5. Again, this is just testy. This 9 ball. But Larry's off the mark. The only way is up. Yeah. Think about my situation. It's 10:30 here. We've still got the final to go. Race to 9. It could last the best part of an hour. I'm up at 4 AM to go to my work. Well, oh Larry, has it got the legs? And he's going to scratch as well. Well, I think it just needed another ounce of weight and it would have went in, but cue ball running loose. We'll just again, this roll through the 5 ball, he has to roll through so that he's playing the 6 clean. He doesn't want to be interfering with the 7. if he can help it. Let's see whether he's got there. Yeah, he's well away from the 7. And so Slim is going to go through to the final with Spectre Dawn. So, well done to Slim. Larry battling, but struggling to get a break. I don't think he had much of a run of the ball from what I've seen. Right, so here we are. We've got at last, it's now 10:35 GMT. We've got one Pocket Slim through to tonight's final. And the final is a race to 9 with Spectre Dawn. Probably a scratch match. Was it not a scratch the first time round? Yes, it was. So there'll be no handicap. And we will get in and get set. We're waiting and both players arriving. I'll have a quick ring. Oh, that's what I forgot to say. Again, a quick reminder. Let's just tab out while we're waiting on them coming in. And we'll go to the home page, because 35 minutes ago the Cowboy World Championships are now live, i.e. the bracket is live and matches can now be arranged. Spectre Dawn has arrived. Oops, and one Pocket Slim has arrived. So, Spectre Dawn on the right hand side, Slim on the left. The lag for break. And Slim has won that, hands down. So Spectre Dawn going for his umpteenth Friday night 9 ball. I think we stopped counting. But Slim has had a decent break. Balls going in everywhere. 3 balls in play. The 4, the 5 and the 7 have gone. The 1 is on. 2 balls in play. And it should be a very quick rack here for Slim. What was I doing before this started? We'll give him this rack, provided he gets in the 3 ball. We'll give him this first rack, because what I wanted to go in is look at the Cowboy World Championships. Now, having a look down there, there are no matches set yet. And that's the button that I pressed to, I believe, I mean, I don't think I've ever played in NRT, but I think that's the button I pressed to make a proposal to my opponent, which I'll do tomorrow. And Slim finishing off the first rack. Well, a good start, winning the lag, breaking off a couple of balls in the break, and a clean run out. Couldn't ask for a better start than that. 3 ball this time, and 1 ball into the side. Well, I think he's got it. Is he going to try and draw off this, or is he going to run? Well, he's got to run forward and get into the gap, either past the 8 ball. Oh, the brush in the 5 comes in handy. And now he just wants to jack up and kill the cue ball. Stone dead for the 4 into the side. No, I am not the favourite. I'm what I would class as a dangerous player to come up against in terms of if I have if my runs are reasonable enough, then I'll get to 90 before a few opponents. But it's consistency that's the problem. Doesn't matter what game you're playing at, it's consistency that does it. But I mean, VP Monster doesn't want me to say this, but he's one of the favourites. Baker Maker's the current champion. He's one of the favourites. Although I don't see him playing an awful lot on the 10-foot table. And Albinario and Cobra are going to be very strong opponents. Have no doubt about that. I mean, Larry's no mug either. And there's others in there. I mean, there's players like Casino Jim and X Games who, if you look at their ratings, you're going to write them off straight away. You will do that at your peril because they don't play a lot of singles cowboy. And even when they have played single cowboy matches, they've generally been playing players like VP Monster. But when they play doubles, those two guys are pretty good and have improved over the period of time I've been playing with them. So don't take those guys lightly either, because it'd be very easy for them to create an upset. And then there's a lot of unknowns about this tournament. You're not going to be able to make any sort of judgment until the first round matches are all over. Well, there's a poor one from Spectre Dawn. Slim with a 2-0 lead. Now he's going to have to leave the combo. Oh no, he's trying to come over to cut the 3. I thought he was just going to leave the combo there. Excuse me. Well, I'm sure watching the live streams from Earl Strickland's club that he's in, they've got the 10-foot table there. They've had 10-foot 10-ball competitions on it, challenge matches. But I mean, you know, guys like Larry and that from the States will be the ones that will be able to confirm that. I don't think there'll be that many pool halls that will have a 10-foot table. It might be. I don't know whether it's becoming more common or whether it's never caught on. But One Pocket Slim. I mean, One Pocket Slim's got a good chance in the cowboy as well, because again, you know, he can see shots. If you're a one pocket player, you're able to see shots. And of course, he's used to the 10-foot table anyway, having him and Bedhead playing a lot of one pocket on the 10-footer, so he's well used to that, and he's well used to the fact that when they play one pocket, they're playing it on very tight pockets. But expecting any great things in this tournament. I'm just in it because I like playing cowboy. It's the only game that I play. If you want to describe my gameplay as being regular, then it's only ever regular 2 days a week, and then that's not always the case. Sometimes I get up my day off on Wednesday morning, and I might get one game of doubles and cowboy before the other guys go to bed. I think the other day there I had 3 games of doubles, and we won them all. I think we won them all. In fact, I think I've won my last few games of doubles. So I have. Now that I think of it, let me have a quick look. Hang on. I can't even see where I have to go to find out. Yeah, me and Tornado Tam beat Jim and Crazy Cow or VP Monster, and then I've had quite a few wins. You look at them there. I've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, sorry, 4. Me and Ed Ball lost to Crazy Cow and Casino Jim. Yeah, see, look at that. Apart from me getting gubbed with Stub in the challenge room, most of the stuff I do play, I've tried to play a wee bit of 9-ball because I've been playing in the league, but I've been a total disaster. I mean, I remember when I first, I used to steer well clear of the 10-foot table playing cowboy. Now I wouldn't go back to a 9-foot table. I think if anything, if anybody's playing cowboy, the one thing that you get to learn, I think, a lot quicker is how you use the English in the cue ball. Especially me, because if you watch me playing cowboy and you ask any of the guys, I'm a sucker for a 3-railer. I mean, if I see a possibility of a 3-railer and there's nothing else on that's simpler, I'll go for the 3-railer. So with that type of shot, you've got to be able to see whether you can do it with a natural angle to do a 3-railer, or whether you need to put English on it one way or another to affect the line of the cue ball. And you'll pick that up the longer you play cowboy, more than you probably would if you were playing any other normal game of 9-ball or 10-ball. But what you learn in cowboy, you can certainly take that to the other games. And probably, with Slim playing one pocket and Bedhead playing one pocket, it gives them a better insight into certain types of shots. I mean, when you're playing cowboy and it's a pot and then a carom, the first phase of the game sounds simple enough, but it's all about where you want to manoeuvre a ball to, and more importantly, where you want to put that cue ball when you're playing the pot to leave the carom. You've got to be constantly thinking about that to put runs together. But when you get two good guys, competent enough guys playing cowboy, it's basically a race to 90. If you get to 90, it's whoever gets to 90 first. Because anybody that's reasonably good at cowboy, you can guarantee they're reasonably good at caroms. So it's a race to 90, and then if you get to 90 first and the other guy's stuck in 60 odd, struggling to put a run together, if you can get well into those caroms, then you're favourite to win the match, or win the rack anyway. So that's what it's all about. I mean, the other day there, me and in one of those doubles matches, me and VP Monster were partnered up, and I can't remember who we were playing, but we were behind for the whole match, and then I think we started on like 88. I'm pretty certain he'll probably confirm it. I think we started a next visit on 88, so we were too short of 90, and we got to the caroms and we ran right through them and got out. We had the 10 caroms and then I scratched the one to run out from 88. Now that might sound simple enough, but when you're playing doubles, you've got to rely on your partner being on the ball and seeing the shot. The longer you play cowboy, the more you see the shot and you see the obvious thing to be doing. So when I'm doing the commentary on this Cowboy tournament, you're going to hear me repeating the same things over and over and over again, because there's some very basic things in Cowboy you should always be doing. You'll hear me talking about, you know, staying in the kitchen, or staying above the 3 ball. You'll hear me talking about that. You'll hear me talking about force follows all the time. You know, loads of stuff that is common in Cowboy all the time, every time. And you'll also probably be able to see where players are not seeing certain shots, the obvious ones to keep you in the game. Because not only when you, I mean, for example, when you play a carom, if you're caroming from the 1 to the 3 ball, it's not just about making a hit. What you've got to do is think about the pace that you're playing that carom at, and where you want to punch maybe the 3 ball to go to. So good Cowboy players are not only thinking about just making the carom, they're thinking about where the carom's going to end up. You must keep a ball in play to still have the next pot. So you don't want to kill your run by killing the ball onto a rail. So that you've got to think about those things. It sounds simple. Oh, it's only a game with 3 balls on the table. But when you delve down into the intricacies of it, there's a lot more thinking needing done. And you'll know the players that are thinking about what they're doing, and then you'll know the ones that aren't, because that'll be staring you right in the face, and I'll be quick to point that out. It's like any game. It's very easy to see the ones that aren't thinking and the ones that have got an idea of what they're doing. And I have to say, there are many in the tournament that will have a fair idea of what they're doing. There's the regular Cowboy players that will, and then there's those who are very competent players and who will adapt very quickly and who are adapting very quickly to it. Meanwhile, back to the match. We are 3 hours and 50 minutes into tonight's Friday night 9-ball, and Spectre Dawn is looking odds-on favourite here to be all square with 1 pocket slim, and knowing my luck, this will go all the way to a final rack decider. I think I'm actually getting my second wind at the moment. I think I've actually, I've slightly recovered from my tiredness. I'm still tired. I still want to get to bed, but I'm not quite as fallen asleep as I was maybe half an hour ago. But while Spectre Dawn is running this out, let's have a quick look at that bracket, because there are 2 or 3 matches on this thing that you want to keep an eye on. If you look at the draw, you've got Redback and IQ2. You've got Jose and Bakermaker. Bakermaker is the current champion, and Jose is a capable player at Cowboy. I mean, Jose could beat anybody at Cowboy on his day. Make no doubt about that. Bakermaker will be the favourite though. You've got Bill and Slim. I mean, that's a toss of the coin as to who'll win that. You've got me against, who am I playing? Brainfill out. You've got Albinario and Bankster. I don't know what Bankster's like at Cowboy, but Albinario will be the favourite. You've got X Games against VP Monster. And they, you know, these guys are the guys that I play with every day off if I can. And X Games, again, look at his rating. It's not impressive, but if he's focused and he's on the ball, he could cause a problem. Believe me. You've got Spud Boy against Acero. I don't know whether Acero's going to show up for that, but again, I would guess that Acero's going to be the favourite in it. You've got Sylvia against Fan. Wanwa, he will be the favourite for that. I've not seen Sylvia playing Cowboy. I have not a clue at what level she's at it. You've got Larry against Tommy. Very interesting match because I've never seen Tommy play cowboy, but Larry knows what he's doing most of the time. You've got Mr. Fox, who's very strong at cowboy, up against semi-pro. That's going to be a good match to watch. You've got Cobra against Bedhead. Again, Cobra's adapted very quickly to this, and Bedhead, again, haven't a clue how good he's going to be, but I've a fair idea he will adapt fairly quickly. You've got Hervey, who plays a lot of billiards in the snooker table. He's got a fairly impressive rating for cowboy, but he's up against Casino Jim, again, one of my guys that I play with in the mornings. And Casino Jim has improved a great deal. So he has, again, ignore his rating. That means nothing. You've got LS3 against Interchange X. Again, I don't know how Interchange X plays cowboy. And LS3 is a dark horse as well. Haven't a clue. But they're both capable players and know what they're doing. So they should be a good matchup for one another. Fast Eddie against Mooncake. Haven't a clue how that'll go. Tornado Tam, fellow Scott. Very good cowboy player up against Ice Age. I would assume he'll be favourite. Mark Sharks played a wee bit of cowboy in the mornings with us, so he's got an idea of what he's doing, as does Woody. So there are some very good matches there to look at. We're back to the final. We are still all square, 3 racks all, and Spectre Dawn has a very thin cut in the 4 into the side. Cue ball bouncing all over the place. Oh, speak of the devil, and there's Jose. Well, Jose, you can go and arrange your match for the Cowboy tournament now. The bracket is now live. Have another quick drink. Did I say that was who you play? Baker Maker Jose is the current champion. He won the last Cowboy World Championships we did on the 9-foot table. So he's a very good player. But if you stay focused and think about what you're doing, you can cause him problems. He only beat me 3-0 in the last World Championships, Baker Maker. I bumped into him. I got a roasting from him. But as I say, that was in a foreign table to me. That was in a 9-footer. So, Spectre Dawn, I think into the league for the first time. I've totally lost track. I might be wrong. But there's the combo for a quick equaliser. But Baker Maker beat you, Larry. Oh, cue ball is scratched. So it was Acero that put you to the one loss side, wasn't it, Larry? I can't remember who. I just know that I get beat from Baker Maker. I can't remember who I played prior to Baker Maker in that tournament. As soon as I lost, I blanked everything out of my head. No, Stubb is definitely not in the Cowboy, although he was in the last one. Yeah, he was in the last one, but I think Stubb got stung in that Cowboy Championships and bottled out in this one. And I think Cowboy's a perfect game for him because Stubb likes to bang balls around the table. What is it? Is it still? Is it still 5-4 to? What's his face? Mark Allen. And is Craig get any points on the board now? God almighty, that's going to drag on. That might go at the final frame decider yet. Oh, he's 1-6-4. Well, Mark Allen will fancy his chances now that Ronnie O'Sullivan's gone. The bank from Spectre Dawn and quickly regaining the lead here. And we are just about 2 minutes short, because bear in mind the tournament didn't start till about 2 minutes past 7. But we're about 2 minutes short of 4 hours. So this is one of the longer Friday night 9-ball tournaments. And something went in. I don't know what went in, but a ball has definitely gone. 2 ball has gone. And that 1 ball, plenty of room past the 3. 4 ball in the middle of the table. And it's all going to hinge on Spectre Dawn having some sort of shot on this 5 ball where he's either stunning out or running behind and below the 6 ball up top to take it into the side. We'll see how he manages that. What, have you got a match arranged already, Slim? A quick look. Oh, One Pocket Slim is playing Bill on Sunday. Now the only problem with that is I won't be finished work until 2 p.m. and by the time I get home it'll be after 2:30. I'll have had nothing to eat, and I'll probably miss the start of the match. I'll miss the start of it, I think, unless I have something to eat while it starts. Spectre Dawn looking to open up a bit of daylight. Well, you see, I'm not sure how well Interchange X is going to adapt to the 10-footer. Because again, I've never seen him play cowboy in the 10-footer. He's never been on at the early hours of the morning, like 6 a.m. my time. He's never been on at that time, and he's never ever come in to play cowboy. So, there's a lot of capable players, but again, I'm not sure how they'll adapt to the 10-footer. So 6-4 lead for Spectre Dawn. Dry break. 1 ball is on. He's got to stun over to the 7 here, I think. What's the angle like? Can he do it? No, it's maybe a bit too much. He's going to have to go at the rail and come out. I think that's the best he's going to be able to do, unless what's he trying to do? Is he trying to get into the gap? He's trying to bump the 7, and that's unlucky. Well, the one thing I don't want to do is to arrange a match on my day off and then it clashes with another match that's on at that time. One that I would probably be much rather streaming. Oh dear, I'm going downhill again, guys. Is there anybody still watching this apart from Larry? Well, according to that, there's 5. Now, I'm actually one of them because I've got the stream on my second monitor. So there's only 4 people on YouTube. The rest have all gone to bed. In fact, was there ever any more than 4 on YouTube tonight? I don't even know. Well, the angle is fine. Oh dear. Well, there's a disaster. A disaster that could spell the end for Slim here. Spectre Dawn about to open a 3-rack gap. And of course, we'll have the break. Yeah, I've had one eye shut for the last 2 hours. I've been reclined back in my seat here. Well, is one pocket Slim going to get another chance? Because if the brake's working here, which it doesn't look as if it is, for Spectre Dawn, it's no joy, I don't think. I think it's dry. 2 balls still spinning. Yep. Slim's at the table. 1 ball is on. 2 ball is there. It's going to have to be a 3-8 combo, I think. Is that the 8 ball? Well, that's easily made. Now, he's got to keep a hold of the cue ball here, and he knows that the 3 ball is probably going to bump the 9 as well as the rail. Well, it's missed the 9. And it's finished ugly. It's finished horrible. You can't, well, he could potentially bank this. I think there's enough room in past the 7. But he's trying to cut it into the side. Yeah, that was tough, but well, at least he's not left it easy. Well, again, I'd be going full-blooded at this shot at this time of night. I know what I'd be doing. I'd be trying to skim behind the 6. So what I'd be doing is playing it like that, possibly with a bit of right English on it to get down, and that's worked out perfect. That's the shot. I didn't get a chance to draw that onto the table there, but that's exactly what I was talking about, or what I was getting at. Full-blooded and get that cue ball running around the angle. So the only thing that was going to be the problem was bumping the 6, and he managed to avoid it. And like I say, is Slim going to get another chance? Because by the time this visit is over, Spectre Dawn's going to be on the hill, and strong favourite to be winning another one to his collection. Well, this is going to be a short and sweet finish. As soon as it's over, I'm gone straight into bed. Again, ball flies into the corner. No clue what ball it was. It was the 8 ball. This time though, there's no joy for a follow-up shot other than a push out. Now again, pushing to this side. Let's have a look. I mean, Slim can play the cut here. He could also try to have ducked down behind the 7, but that was a bit more of a touchy shot to be playing. But I think Slim's decided that the best form of defence is attack. And he's had a go there. As I think Spectre Dawn will, he'll try and cut this in with right English. He's got a wee bit of right on it, just to try and check the cue ball into a line and keep it up this end, and that's perfect. That was well done. And can he get enough of this 3 ball to actually just stun across and hold for the 4? I don't know whether he can. I think he's going to have to go forward. And I don't know whether he wants... Well, he's trying to hold it. I wasn't convinced. Yes, it's easy enough. Done it, no problem. He might be getting some of this 9 ball. The only... Well, he's going forward to leave the long 5, I think. He's played it with a bit of spin to ground the corner, missed the 4. And Slim has a little lifeline. He doesn't have a great shot, but he's going all out for the bank. Nails the bank. And has a chance to live on for at least another rack. Doesn't want to land on top of the 7. It needs to keep going. This is the no man's land. Well, at least it's a good line for the bank up and down into the top right hand corner. And he's misjudged it. And it's hasta la vista, provided Spectre Dawn just drops down the left side, somewhere past the side pocket. You're not as out of gas as I am, Slim, I can assure you that. Well, Spectre Dawn's got right on the money, just past the side pocket. So again, it's well done to Spectre Dawn, well done to Slim for getting there. I mean, that's 4 hours and 10 minutes. And it's another Friday night 9 ball to Spectre Dawn. With that, guys, it's short and sweet. And it's thanks for those that remain watching. Thanks for your company. And keep your eye out for some of these Cowboy World Championship matches. I'll be there for them. And I'll bid you all good night. And we'll see you again soon.